Uh, Good afternoon, everyone. We will officially begin the meeting for the Illinois Board Review for today, January 19th, 2023. Are there any requests for continuances, withdrawals, otherwise resolved matters? I anticipate that the Law Department will have someone to represent those issues for the department. Who will be doing-
Good afternoon, Chairman Woodson and members of the board. Mary Costello, on behalf of the Law Department, we do have some continuances on withdrawals.
Thank you. Please share those.
So I'd start with number 8 on the list. It's HA 2022-00000156. So that matter is being withdrawn by the City of Philadelphia.
Drawn by city. Okay, thank you.
And then jumping to matters 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, and 20. I can read each of the individual appeal numbers as well, but they're all for Shane Brother Incorporated.
Okay,
Should I read the appeal numbers into the record?
yes.
So it's HA 2022-002559, HA 2022-002564, HA 2022-002562, HA 2022-002565, HA 2022-002558, HA 2022-002560. Again, that was 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, and 20 on the list. They have been withdrawn by the appellant.
Okay, thank you.
And those are the matters that have been resolved.
Okay, are there any other matters for the record that we need to review before we begin hearing cases?
Yes, Chairman, if I may.
Yes,
Good afternoon, Board. Dejanay Davis on behalf of the City of Philadelphia. I would like to draw the board's attention to number 14 on the list. That is appeal number HA 2022-004684, 209 Anthony Inc. Currently, there is a appeal pending regarding this tobacco permit before the CCP court. And being as though that matter is pending, we would not be able to effectively argue this case before the board until we know the outcome of that appeal. So we would be appellant's attorney, and I will be requesting a stay on this hearing pending the outcome of such appeal.
okay, we can just continue the matter until you're prepared to come back. Just for the record, has this been before us before? Is this the first time coming up?
Yeah, this is John McCreish. I represent the licensee or the business,
Yes.
2901 Anthony.
Yes.
Last year's was denied, and that's what's on appeal to the Common Pleas Court. And then this
Okay.
year, because there's overlap, was also denied. So
Okay,
like Ms. Davis said, we spoke yesterday, and if depending on what happens in the Common Pleas Court, this case might be moot if we lose the
Understood.
appeal. So
Okay.
we think will be no sense arguing this. And I sent the oral arguments in June on the Common Pleas case. So
okay, so understood and agreed. We'll continue the matter. All right, thank you.
Thank
Okay.
you.
All right, anyone else?
And Chairman Wilson, I'm sorry. I just have one more matter that I want to bring to the board's attention.
Yes.
Case number 12 on the list of appellant Zumi Lee. I'm sorry, the property is 900 South 8th Street, appeal number HA 2022-001636. Although I see that the appellant is an individual, this permit is held by an entity, not an individual. And in the cautious of time that we have today, I just wanted to confirm whether or not that appeal or appellant has an attorney ready to represent them. If not, then we will also be needing that appeal to be continued as well to allow them to obtain counsel.
Okay, let's see here. Is that individual present? Is anyone here representing the interests of 900 South 8th Street? And the name is Xuemei Lee, Li.
Oh, hi. My name is Xuemei Li. I'm the owner of the store. I do not have attorney present me.
Okay. A attorney is required to represent you because you are a corporation.
Okay,
So if you don't have an attorney, Ms. Davis is proper in indicating that we should continue this matter until you obtain an attorney.
Okay.
Mr. Chair,
Yes, sir.
I just want to be clear that this is the person who's
Okay.
the owner of 900 South 8th Street, because the name is Lisa Lee on the screen with no video. And it's not, and that's not the name that's on the appeal.
Yes, can you activate your video, ma'am?
Sure. Can you see me?
Yes, we can see you now. Now explain, help, please, well, let's do this. Before you continue to speak, would you raise your right hand?
Uh-huh.
Do you swear that you will be truthful in your testimony today? Swear and
Yes.
affirm. Okay, thank you.
The reason I use Lisa Li because lots of people cannot pronounce my name Xuemei Li correctly. So that's why I use Lisa Li for initial, easier.
Okay.
Mhm.
And what is the corporate name that you're using?
900 Corner LLC, located at 900 South 8th Street.
Okay. All right, thank you. We'll continue this matter so you can obtain an attorney.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Additionally,
Okay.
Chairman Woodson, number 9 is the same. It's owned by an LLC, and I have not been contacted by any attorney.
Okay, is that individual, Matthew Glasso? Are you present? 2435 West Passyunk Avenue. Anyone present representing the interests of 2435 West Passyunk Avenue? Okay, what we will do is put that aside and we will come back to it, Ms. Costello.
Okay.
Okay, already. Anyone else?
Yes, good afternoon, Chairman Woodson.
Good afternoon.
Alexandra Athanasiadis on behalf of the city. I have a few matters that have been resolved. Case
Yes.
number 1, HA-2022-001387. Appellant John Stocker, property
That's
address.
me.
Yes, good afternoon, Mr. Stocker.
Hello.
Property address 4233 Blay Avenue. That matter is moot complied.
Will comply.
So,
Okay.
Mr. Stocker, what that means is you've made the requisite repairs. So, we don't need to go through with the hearing. Your repairs have been satisfied.
Thank you so much.
You're welcome,
Okay.
sir.
Have a good afternoon.
Am I done?
Yes, sir, you're done for today.
Thank you. Have a good day, everyone.
You
Thank
too.
you.
Bye-bye.
Case number 2, HA-2022-003362. The appellant was Libby LLC, property address 6065 Frankfurt Avenue. That matter was withdrawn, Chairman Woodson, on December 13th, 2022.
Okay, thank you. Withdrawn.
Case number 3, HA-2022-003418. Appellant Dennis Liebert, property address 3129 Tilton Street. That matter is moot complied.
Will comply. Thank you very much.
Case number 4, HA-2022-003453. The appellant is Carol McLaughlin. The property address, Chairman Woodson, is actually 2435 Milan Street, not Mifflin Street. I had received correspondence shortly before this hearing that there's a continuance request on behalf of appellant.
Yes, the board has agreed to continue the matter.
Yes, I have no objection to that.
Okay,
Case number 5, HA-2022-003539. The appellant is Maria M. Polanco. The property address is 3266 Aramingo Avenue. That matter is also moot complied.
will comply. Thank you.
Case number 31, HA-2022-003411. Appellant Augustine Santiago, property address 3434 Kime Street. That matter is moot complied.
Will comply. Thank you.
And then Chairman Woodson, if we go back to the front of the list, case number 6, HA 2022-004681, appellate Ernest Mistaconi, property address 2441 Mutter Street. Chairman Woodson, I believe that's another case where the property is owned, according to my research, by SML Properties LLC.
Okay,
And the
I'm sorry,
I
continue.
apologize. And the appeal was filed by Ernest Mistaconi. So I don't know if the LLC has obtained counsel for today's hearings.
Okay, is Mr. Ernest Mistaconi
Yes.
present? Okay,
Muted,
you're
Mr.
muted,
Chair.
sir. Yeah, Mr. Wade, can we unmute Mr. Coney?
Yep.
Mr. Coney, would you raise your right hand before we begin? Do you swear or affirm the testimony that you give at this point would be the truth so help you God?
Yes, sir.
Okay, now, is the property in question at 2441 Mutter Street, is that owned by a corporation, LLC?
Yes, it is.
Okay, so you need an attorney to represent you before the board.
Okay.
Okay, so we're going to continue the matter today because we can't hear it unless you have an attorney with you.
No, I do not have an attorney with me.
Okay, so we're going to continue this matter and so you can secure representation before you come back.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, all righty. Have a good day.
And Chairman Woodson, the city is prepared to move forward on case number 32.
32.
Yes,
Okay, all right. Thank you so much.
thank you.
Okay, anyone else? Mr. Wade, do you have anything else we need to read in the record?
Not at this time.
Okay, all right, thank you.
Brings us to case 7.
Day 7, okay, before we do that, the board will introduce itself as well as other members of the panel today. It's always good to know, for the public to know who is deciding these matters and who you'll be communicating with as we proceed. Again, I'm Kenneth Woodson, Board Chair. Mr. Pincus, you're muted. Can we unmute him, Mr. Wade?
Just did.
Thank you. I'm Ralph Pincus. I'm a board member.
Roger S. Tennant Senior, board member.
Miss Penn is muted as well.
Just asked her.
Thank you. Thank you. Beverly Penn, board member.
Ken Washington, board member.
Yeah, probably just a matter of course, just to unmute all the board members.
Richard Wade, board administrator.
Okay. Mr. McSherry is also muted.
My name is Ryan McSherry, board counsel.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Wade, if you would unmute all the board members.
I did.
Some of them are still muted unless it's slow to respond. Okay, thank you. All right, let's move on now to then case number 7.
It's case number 7, hearing appeal number HA 2021-001-211, Chang Wu Lu, 1500 South 58th Street.
Who's representing the city in this matter?
Good afternoon, members of the board. Jeffrey Cohen for the city of Philadelphia.
Good afternoon, Mr. Cohen. Who's representing the appellant? Is anyone present representing the appellant? 1500 South 58th Street. Before we dispose of this matter, is someone there representing the appellant?
Everyone appears to be identified. I don't see anything close to that name at this time.
Okay, thank you. We do have a concern though, Mr. Cohen, that this is an
Yes.
LLC. Do you know if that's in fact the case?
So this is actually not. Chang Wu Liu is the operator of Good Taste Restaurant. I believe Good Taste Restaurant is the doing business as name for Mr. Liu.
Okay, alrighty. Mr. Liu has not responded. Do you have, what is your preference in this matter?
The city would respectfully request that the board mark this city affirmed for failure to appear.
Okay, unless I hear an objection to that, I'll ask for the time for Mr. Pincus,
It's 1:52 PM.
1:52 PM. Okay, then we will call the board's attention to and poll the board regarding HA-2021-001211. Mr. Wade, was service provided to Mr. Liu?
Yes.
Okay, the vote, city affirmed non-appearance.
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 Thank you very much.
Thank you,
Alrighty,
members of the
move on.
board.
Thank you.
Brings us to case number 9, hearing appeal number HA 2022-000355, Matthew Galassow, 2435 West Passyunk Avenue.
Good afternoon, members of the board. Mary Costello on behalf of the city of Philadelphia.
Good afternoon. Is anyone here representing the interests of 2435 West Passyunk Avenue? Matthew Glassow. Okay, hearing
Let me
none.
Let me
Um,
confirm service.
Yes. Just for a moment, let's.
Service was made.
Service is made. Okay, thank you. Ms. Costello, what is your preference?
We would ask for a city affirm for a failure to appear.
Okay, thank you. There's also a matter of whether or not Mr. Glassow is a corporate entity or not.
I
If
do
that's
believe,
concern.
I do believe it is a corporate entity, but we would still just be asking for city affirm for a failure to appear.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Pincus, what time do you have?
1:54 PM.
54 PM. Then we will poll the board regarding HA-2022-000355, Matthew Glassow, 2435 West Passyunk Avenue, city affirmed non-appearance.
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 Thank you very much.
That brings
Okay.
us to case 10, hearing appeal number HA 2022-000643, Anthony Gutierrez, Mora Mini Market, represented by Joseph Vaquero.
Okay, thank you. Who's
Good.
representing the city?
Good afternoon, members of the board. Mary Costello on behalf of the city of Philadelphia.
Okay, Mr. Vaquero, are you present?
Good afternoon. Can you see me?
Yes, we can see you.
And
Thank
can you
very
hear
much.
me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Happy New Year.
Just so, do you have any witnesses, Mr. Vaquero, that we will need to swear?
No, although I would like the record to reflect that Anthony Gutierrez is in my office, physically present,
Okay,
listening in on these hearings.
all right, thank you.
Chairman
And,
Whitson, there's one matter I'd like to address before we get started.
Yes.
This denial was issued December 1st of 2020, and the appeal was not filed until January 28th of 2022.
Oh,
So it is untimely.
Mr. Vaquero, what argument do you have regarding timeliness?
The only argument I could have, Your Honor, is that I was retained on January 28th by this client, and I worked, and as soon as I got retained by the client, that's as soon as I filed the appeal. That's all I could say.
Okay. Well, in this matter, and I have the board counsel available for us. Mr. Vaquero, we can't hear this. This is beyond our scope, given that the timeliness of the matter is 2 years new. A year, better than a year. And a 30-day window is required for all these appeals. I understand the importance to the appellant, but in this instance, I don't believe that we have authority to hear this. Mr. McSherry, any comments you can make on the record for us?
No, I would concur with your assessment of the case. It's, you know, there's if you have 30 days to file the appeal, 30 days after the notice of the action being appealed, and it's well beyond that. And Helen has no argument as to why this is untimely. So I would.
If I may respond to that, there was a time when the city operations were shut down due to the COVID circumstances during that time. So I would also rely on that.
Yes, understood. Taking that into consideration, and that we've been meeting in several sessions a week for several months or so to hear these cases, and that there has been a way for every appellant to submit their appeals since the start of COVID. This is something the board will decline to hear because of time limits. And so that's where we are today. Now, of course, you can appeal our decision. Ms. McSherry, do we need an affirmative vote from every board member, or may I make that decision?
I do not believe a vote is required. I believe it can be administratively, dismissed as untimely. The board does not even need to entertain the appeal.
Okay, thank you very much. That's where we are today, Mr. Vaquero.
Thank you. That concludes my business. May I be
Okay.
excused?
Yes, sir. Ms. Costello, that confirms this matter.
Thank you, Chairman Woodson.
Okay,
Thank you.
Brings us to case number 11. Hearing appeal number HA 2022-001342. Kira Hendricks, doing business as Annie's Place, 460 Belgrade, represented by Jeffrey Young.
okay. Is who's representing the city?
Good afternoon, Chairman Woodson, Mary Costello on behalf of the city of Philadelphia.
Okay. Mr. Young?
Yes, good afternoon, members of the board. Jeffrey Young representing the appellate Kira Hendricks.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Young, do you have any witnesses that will need to be sworn today?
Yes, Miss Kira Hendricks.
Is she present?
Yes, she is.
Okay, if you could put her on camera. And Ms. Costello, do you have anyone who needs to be sworn?
I do, Chairman Woodson, but there is also an issue of timeliness with this appeal.
Okay, so let's do this. Is that Miss Johnson, Nikisha Johnson, Mr. Young? No,
Yes.
that isn't. Is that the appellant?
Ms. Akeisha Johnson will be my witness. I believe the
Oh,
appellant
okay.
is Kira Hendricks.
Ms. Hendricks, okay. All right, so what's the argument regarding timeliness, Ms. Costello?
The violation notice was issued on February 10th, and the appeal was not filed until March 14th. So it is not within the 30 days.
Okay.
Members of the,
Just 1 second, Mr. Young.
thank you.
What year are we talking about, Ms. Costello?
2022.
Okay. All right, Mr. Young?
Yes, members of the board, this appeal was timely filed. Remember the timing period for appeals is on the date of mailing. We sent this appeal overnight mail to the board's review office via United States Postal Service. And so if the board did not get the appeal until March, it is because of the mail system or mail service of the city.
Okay. Do you have any record of that, sir, handy you can share with us today?
I'm trying to pull up my screen now to see if I can get that document.
Hopefully you can answer a question while you're doing that. When were you retained to represent the appellant, sir?
I was retained to represent the appellate, I'll say mid-January.
Oh, okay. All right.
While he's checking, I just wanted to confirm the violation notice is dated February, what date in February of 2021?
22.
22 is February 10th.
And the appeal was filed on what date of 2022?
The record is showing 3/14, but Mr. Young is looking for his record of when he mailed it back.
Yes, so we mailed it on, so our date of, our date of violation notice is actually February 10th, 2022.
Correct, we agree
and-
on that.
Yes, and we mailed our application, given that it's 30 days. The mail date of our application was 3/11/2022. And that we was sent overnight mail to the city of Philadelphia. Like I said, I'm looking for my receipt from the United States Post Office to do their email to me for this exact reason. And I'm just searching my my email system now for that receipt.
Okay,
But the envelope clearly from the city, if the city still has it, shows that it was mailed on, it was timely mailed.
okay. Well, let's do this. Ms. Costello, I'm prepared in this instance to move forward with the matter. Okay? And Mr. Young, you will be able to show that, introduce that into the record before we complete this?
Thank you. I'm searching for that now, Mr. Chair.
Okay. Ms. Costello, who are your witnesses?
My witness is Nikesha Johnson.
Okay, Ms. Johnson, is that the only witness?
That is the only witness.
Okay. Ms. Johnson, would you raise your right hand so that you may be sworn? Do you swear or affirm the testimony that you give today be the truth so help you God?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Alrighty. So Ms. Costello, let's begin.
Chairman Whitson, I'd like to call Nikesha Johnson as my first witness.
Okay.
Nikesha, can you please state your name for the record?
Yes, my name is Nikesha Johnson.
And what is your position with the health department?
I'm a research and data associate in the Division of Chronic Disease and Injury Prevention.
And what is your what are your duties entail as part of your position?
My job involves data analysis and data management tasks related primarily to the tobacco control program.
And are you familiar with the property located at 460 Belgrade Street?
Yes, I'm familiar.
How so?
I was asked to create the map showing the tobacco-free school zone that particular property falls into.
And is this something that you commonly do within the scope of your role?
Yes.
Okay. And so would you recognize that map if you were shown it here today?
Yes, I would.
Chairman Woodson, permission to share my screen?
Yes, please.
Ms. Johnson, I'd like to turn your attention to what's been marked as City Exhibit A. Can you please identify this for the record?
Yes, that's the map that I was asked to create.
And can you please identify for the record what has been marked with this blue box?
Yes, so that is the Philadelphia Water Department stormwater parcel that 460 Belgrade Street sits on.
And what has been marked with this green box here?
That is also the stormwater parcel that the school, Alexander Adair School, sits on.
And is that a K through 12 school?
Yes, it is.
And what does this red line indicate between these two parcels?
That's just drawn to indicate the distance between the two parcels. So it's 222 feet.
And that's the distance between the stormwater parcel line?
Yes.
For the two parcels? Okay, and that is under 500 feet, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And what is this like pink shaded area that surrounds both parcels indicate?
Yeah, the pink shaded area is the tobacco-free school zone that is built around the Alexander Adair School. For more clarity, that's a 500-foot buffer that indicates all of the parcels that a new retailer would not be able to establish a new tobacco retail are on.
So any parcel within this pink shaded area would not be able to apply for a new tobacco retailer license, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And what technology was used to create this map?
This map was built using ArcGIS Pro, which is an industry standard tool for geospatial analysis tasks.
Okay. And I'd like to just draw your attention to what's been marked as City Exhibit B. Is this information readily available to the public online?
Yes, it can be found on the city website.
Okay, and is this an indication of what can be found on the city website?
Yes.
Okay. And from the map that you created, I'll bring your attention back to Exhibit A. You have determined that 460 Belgrade Street is within the 500 feet parameters.
Yes.
Okay, thank you so much. No further questions.
Okay, Mr. Young, do you have any cross?
Yes, thank you. Good afternoon. Now, Ms. Johnson, as a representative of the Department of Public Health, can you tell us if a tobacco retailer permit was issued on this property for any year prior to 2021?
So I actually am not responsible for maintaining the records of the permits. My job here was to create the tobacco-free school zones. So I can answer any questions related to that.
Okay, I mean, as a representative of the Department of Health, who is the, I guess, the custodian of records here, so you have no way to tell this board, to provide this board any background information on if there were any permits
Mr. Young,
at this
Mr. Young,
location.
Mr. Young, her testimony is strictly regarding the map. That's why she's here. Now, if they bring on another witness who is the general custodian of the record regarding permit history, you can free to go at it. But in this instance, she's answered your question.
Okay. Ms. Johnson, are you familiar with census data?
Yes.
And you're familiar with how census data is collected?
Objection, Your Honor, or objection, Chairman Woodson, relevance.
Yeah, Mr. Young, what's the relevance of this regarding to this?
The relevancy, Mr. Chair, is based on the census tract area. And as a public policy goal of the health department, in its regulations, state that the areas that are prevalently low income are more prevalent to the issues associated with tobacco sales and tobacco addiction. So I am going to show evidence, that this particular area is not a low income area, as the policy provides and tries to protect.
But the relevant codes that we're dealing with make no reference to income. And it's strictly based on the distance of the school from the retailer, correct?
However, but the regulations in and of itself, in the health department promulgating those regulations because of the distance of the school, lists a number of factors in why a school in and of itself is as important to these regulations. And I can pull the, as I ask questions, I'll pull up my exhibits to show.
Okay, there was an objection, and I'm going to rule that objection is sustained, and ask that you move on.
Thank you. All right. Let's see here. May I share my screen to?
Yes, please. Well, is it now? I just want to be clear. You were in cross-examination, and so you can put on your case when the city has completed its case. So.
Yeah. So my cross-examination is based on this. This witness testified on her ability, on her qualifications, and her specific designation regarding maps and mapping of the for the Philadelphia Health Department, a particular map. And yeah. I again would like to show that a particular map of the area and see if she's familiar with this particular area.
Well, only if the map is area. Well, you can do that, but I'm going to draw a tight circle, because if the map that you're referencing is not something that she works with or has responsibility for, it may not be admitted. So put it up, we'll
Yes.
see.
However, it is a publicly available map and a public record.
Okay, put it up. I'm
Right.
curious to see how you will argue.
Thank you. Sorry, Kenny. Does everyone have been able to see my screen?
Yes, just make it a little bigger, please.
Sorry. Ms. Johnson, are you able to see my screen?
Yes, I can see your screen.
Objection, Chairman Woodson. This is another map referencing the census. This is not relevant.
Okay, well, let me, before I rule on the objection, Mr. Young, how will this map be any different than the argument you just made?
Well, this map shows the location, or the location of the grocery store, which is at all relevant to what we are discussing here.
But
And
will
so
it show the
given that it's-
distance? Will it negate the distance issue?
Not necessarily the distance issue, however, but the overall policy goals of why the city decided to place this distance.
Okay, I'm going to overrule you. I'm sorry, I will sustain the objection and ask that you move on, because we're really not here to argue the underlying broader policy directives and whether they're appropriate or not. That's not the forum for that.
Well, Chairman, this is the appropriate forum because the board is.
Well, I'm the
tasked
chair
with
of
reviewing-
the board. I'm suggesting to you that you move on, and when you get to put your case on, you can do that. You can argue whatever you like, to a point.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Okay, any other cross-examination?
Yes, I have a couple more questions.
Sure, please.
Ms. Johnson. Under the code, given your
Objection, Chairman Woodson. Ms.
Well-
Johnson cannot testify to the contents of the Philadelphia Code.
Well, I want to hear his statement first. I think you jumped the gun, Ms. Costello. Just wait for it. Let him get a statement out. Mr. Young, go ahead, please.
Thank you. Under the code, the health department is tasked with promulgating regulations regarding the issuance of certain permits, particularly this tobacco retailer permit, and has this 500 feet parameter that the health department has implemented. Is there any data that shows that there is an increase in smoking where there is a closer proximity to a school?
Objection, Chairman Woodson. Relevance. We're here to talk about their specific violation under the code. We're not here to question the code or the City of Philadelphia Health Department regulations themselves. There was already a forum and opportunity to do that back in 2016.
Okay. In this instance, Mr. Young, I'm going to sustain that objection.
Mr. Chairman, if I may just interject, Mr. Young, this is cross-examination, so I think your questioning should be directed to the statements that the witnesses made. If you want to make arguments about policy and the like, it seems to me you bring that up when you present your case.
Absolutely, Mr. Pincus, I agree. We just wanted to put on the record the issue of the, if the issue is the location and the issue is school, then there has to be some proximity to the policy itself and, the school. But I understand, and I rest for this witness.
Okay, thank you. Ms. Costello, do you have any additional witnesses?
I do not, Chairman Woodson.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Young, it's your turn. So
Yes.
do you have a witness you want to put on?
Yes, I would call my client, Ms. Kira Hendricks.
Okay. Ms. Hendricks, raise your right hand so that you may be sworn. Do you swear or affirm the testimony that you give today will be the truth so help you God?
Yes.
All right, thank you very much. Please proceed.
Thank you. Ms. Hendricks, are you the owner of Ann's Place?
Yes.
And how did you become the owner?
I inherited it from my father.
And how was the business titled? Was it a sole proprietorship? Was
Yes.
it an LLC?
Sole
Thank you.
proprietorship.
Thank you. Now, under the code, if this business were a corporation and you inherited shares, would you have been able to renew the tobacco license previously granted on this property?
Yes.
Thank you. How long has a grocery store been in operation?
Roughly 40 years.
And during that 40-year period, how long has tobacco products been sold at the grocery store?
Since they
Objection, Chairman Whitson, relevance.
Overruled. Let's go ahead and proceed. You can redirect on your cross-examination, Ms. Costello. You can handle that. Proceed, Mr. Young.
Thank you, Ms. Hendricks. Again, how long have, prior to the expiration of the previous tobacco retailer permit, how long has tobacco products been sold at the grocery store?
Since it opened, which is roughly 40 years.
Thank you. And do you continue to operate the grocery store today?
Yes.
Prior to the expiration of the 2021 tobacco retailer permit, excuse me, I'll rephrase my question. What would you say the percentage of your gross revenue in sales is from tobacco products prior to the expiration of the valid tobacco retailer permit?
Objection, Chairman Whitson, relevance.
So noted. Overruled.
40 to 50%.
And what percentage of your customers are looking for tobacco products?
70 to 75%.
And in January of 2022, did you apply for a tobacco retail permit?
Yes.
So the city's witness testified that this application was denied based on the proximity to a school. Prior to the denial of the application, did the store lawfully sell tobacco products?
Yes.
And based on the longstanding business operations of the store and the renewal of the permit year after year, is it safe to say that you assume that you'll be able to sell tobacco products at this location?
Yes.
Thank you. Ms. Hendricks, are you at least 18 years of age?
Yes.
Did you provide the requested material information to the city with your application?
Yes.
Did you make any false statement in the application?
No.
And did the business maintain a valid cigarette retailer license from the Pennsylvania Department of Revenue?
Yes.
And if I may share my screen, I would like to offer appellant's exhibit. I guess we'll call this one. Ms. Hendricks, can you see my screen?
Yes.
And is this a copy of your tobacco products license from the Pennsylvania Department of Revenue?
Yes.
Objection, Chairman Whitson, relevance. We're not here to discuss the tobacco retailer's license from the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania. We're here to discuss the tobacco retailer license from the city of Philadelphia.
So noted, sustained. Please move on, Mr. Young.
Thank you. Ms. Hendricks, just a few more questions. Does the business maintain a valid commercial activities license?
Yes.
Thank you. And is the location of the store a fixed structure? In other words, is it a brick and mortar business?
Yes.
Thank you. The city's witness, testified again that the school is Alexander Adair, that is approximately roughly over 200 feet away from the property. Does the school support your efforts in getting a tobacco retailer license? or permit
Yes.
rather.
Objection, Chairman Woodson. This is
Uh,
not relevant.
Yeah, Mr. Young, based on that objection, I'm going to sustain that. And that's level of hearsay that isn't helpful in this instance.
Thank you. Ms. Hendricks, are there any other organizations or community groups that support your efforts to obtain a tobacco retailer permit?
Yes.
Objection, Chairman Woodson. Relevance.
Mr. Young, given that this is turning solely on the issue of location and distance, what is the relevance of support from any particular individual with an unknown interest in this?
Well, again, Mr. Chair, there is an interest here, again, because the policy itself is based on the public interest, right? And so we need to show that the public interest is not adversely affected by the grant of this tobacco retailer permit.
Isn't that an argument that should be made in City Council?
Well, no, Mr. Chair. I think that's an argument that it can be appropriately made here in this forum, because it is under the authority, this board has the authority to review the reasonableness of policies promulgated by city departments. And reasonableness needs to be, and the totality of circumstances need to be taken into consideration when the board is reviewing these regulations.
Okay, I think you stretched it a bit too thin, and I'm not going to engage in argument with you, but I will say to you that generally we defer to the policies that exist that are promulgated by various departments. But in this matter, I'd like you to move on, please.
Thank you. At this point, I rest for argument and
Okay.
redirect.
Thank you. Ms. Costello, any cross-examination?
I do not, Chairman Woodson.
Okay, I do. There was a question earlier regarding the corporate structure of the store ownership, Ms. Hendricks. What is
Yes.
the current corporate ownership structure?
Sole proprietorship.
Okay, so it went from a sole proprietorship to your company as a sole proprietor, correct?
Yes.
So you did not buy the shares of your father's company.
I inherited them.
You did. Your father was a sole proprietorship, so there weren't any shares to inherit, was there?
Well,
You
I don't-
incorporated it under your name.
Mr. Chairman, if I can interject,
Yes.
I think that's a point I wanted to get some clarity on. Is it owned individually, the business in your name, and you do business as Ann's Place? Is that it? Who's the legal
So-
owner of the property?
If I may, Mr. Pincus, the business has been owned as a sole proprietorship was owned as a sole proprietorship by my client's father, doing business as Ann's Place. And my client then inherited the business as a sole proprietorship, but is still doing business as Ann's Place.
So as a consequence of the passing of Ms. Hendricks' father, was there a will and a new deed entered from the estate transferring ownership, or does someone else own the property and the business was operated as a sole proprietor? I guess I'm trying to get clarity as to how, whether the chain of continuity here that may or may not have some relevance.
Yeah, so the family, there was a will, and the siblings of Ms. Hendricks have all agreed to transfer to her the property and the business itself. Thus, that's why she is operating the business as the sole proprietor.
How is it titled?
Well, they have not recorded deeds from as the administrator to Ms. Hendricks, but it will be titled personally to Ms. Hendricks doing business as Ann's Place.
And how was it titled before?
The title of the property was in the name of Ms. Hendricks' parents, both of her parents.
Okay, so the actual legal name changed.
It's the legal name due to it being a sole proprietorship. Yes, the legal name has changed.
Okay.
And argument, I'll address that.
Okay, the legal name will change. Okay.
Yes.
In terms of licenses for this business, Going forward, what legal name will be on the licenses?
It's Kara Hendricks doing business as Anspace.
Okay, prior to 2022, what was the legal name on all licenses?
The legal name was James Hendricks doing business as Anspace.
Okay, thank you. Was there any stock recorded?
Again, as a sole proprietorship, there was no stock or any shares. Again,
Okay,
which I'll get to.
that's why I asked the question. So there was no stock or shares recorded. Okay, all right, thank you. All
Mr.
right,
Chair, I just have one question for clarity.
Yes.
Ms. Hendricks, good afternoon.
Hello.
Did you state that 70% of your business is tobacco sales?
They come in, a lot of customers come in and ask if we sell tobacco. And when I say no, they don't buy anything else and then they leave.
My question is, did you testify that 70% of your business is through tobacco sales? That's either yes or no.
Yes. It affects everything else. It's hard to, if someone comes in for cigarettes, they'll buy their milk, their eggs, their bread, their lunch meat. And now that I don't have cigarettes, they're not coming in to buy those things. So it's drastically affecting my business.
Mr. Chair, I don't have any more questions.
Okay, thank you. All right, there's no, if the cross-examination is complete, Mr. Johnson, Mr. Young, do you have redirect? And then we'll go to closing arguments by yourself and Ms.
Mr. Chair.
Costello will close. Yes.
If you don't mind some clarification quickly, Mr. Young, it's now known, or it's in the process of being changed to Kahira Hendricks doing business as Annie's Place. What was the previous name of the father's?
James Hendricks.
James Hendricks. Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Well, Mr. Chair, just one more quick question.
Yes.
Is all of the other licenses changed to Ms. Hendricks' name?
Yes, that's what was testified to earlier.
That was testified earlier?
Yes.
Thank you.
Okay, Mr. Young, you have any redirect?
No, Mr. Chair.
Okay, in that instance then, sir, would you give us your closing argument and then Ms. Costello will follow?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. So members of the board, according to the homeroom charter, the Board of Public Health is charged with making reasonable regulations, not contrary to any statute or ordinance. Under the homeroom charter, it's within this board's authority to determine if in fact such regulations are reasonable considering all the facts. It's under this authority that I asked the board to provide some equitable relief, which the board can provide based on its purpose stated in the Philadelphia Code, homeroom charter, excuse me, at section 5-1005. States purposes. The Board of License and Inspection Review is a new agency created for the purpose of affording citizens adversely affected by the exercise of licensing and inspection powers vested in city agencies, an orderly procedure and conformity with due process for the review of the action taken. So essentially, this board is given the authority to review all licensing laws and regulations to examine what impact those laws and regulations have on its citizens. And in reviewing the regulations as applied here, it's clear that my client has been adversely impacted and disenfranchised by the exercise of licensing powers of the city. Government licenses to engage in a business or occupation create an entitlement to partake of a profitable activity and therefore our property rights. And this is directly quoted from the Pennsylvania Commonwealth Court in City of Philadelphia Board of License Inspection Review versus 2600 Lewis Inc. Now, with this property right in mind, again, board, this is this regulation applied here reasonable? And the answer is no. Was the denial of the permit reasonable under the totality of the circumstances? That answer is no. When weighing the reasonableness scale of public policy goals and the property rights of an adversely affected citizen, the denial falls short of being reasonable. When tobacco products have been sold at this location for over 40 years, but for the death of my client's father, a small business owner, and the lack of sophisticated business estate planning, a permit would have been renewed. Again, if this were a corporation and she inherited her father's shares of the corporation, she would have easily been able to renew this permit. Again, where there's an educational, where the institution that causes our denial supports this application, where the community organizations in this particular neighborhood support this application, and when the community as a whole supports this application, we have over 400 signatures from local residents who support this application. The board must find the regulation as applied here is unreasonable. The evidence clearly shows that the grant of a tobacco retailer permit at this location will not substantially harm other interested parties and will not adversely affect the public interest. With the historical tobacco retail permits at this location, there always has been and will continue to be little to no adverse impacts to public health, safety, and welfare by the grant of a tobacco retailer permit. Again, I asked this board, is the regulation as applied to this appellant reasonable under the circumstances? Again, that answer is no. And equity and fairness can and must be considered when making a determination of what is reasonable. And with that, I rest.
Thank you. Ready, Ms. Costello?
Excuse me, Mr. Chair, can I just ask the speakers to just slow down just a little bit for me?
Okay,
Thank you.
please. Thank you, everyone. Please be governed by the court reporter's request. Ms. Costello?
Good afternoon, members of the board. I just wanted to clarify one point that Attorney Young has made. The board does not have the ability to provide equitable relief. I know he was stating that reasonableness should be considered, but that is not what we're here for today. What we're here to do is look at section 9631 2C7, which empowers the Board of Health to adopt any regulations for the issuance and renewal of a tobacco retailer permit. And under that provision of the code, the City of Philadelphia Department of Health and Board of Health enacted regulations on December 18th, 2016. And prior to enacting those regulations, there were several meetings that were open to the public that council had. They followed all of the standard practices in order to adopt regulations. And if Mr. Young had these concerns, those should have addressed then, back in 2016. But today, what we are here to look at is whether this business, which is located at 560 Belgrade Street, is within 500 feet of the school zone. And we've had Nikesha Johnson here testify and state that not only is it within 500 feet, it's around 200 feet from a school zone. And it is for that reason that we would ask the board to issue a city affirm in this matter.
Okay, thank you very much. We will now poll the board regarding HA-2022 -001342. Kerry Hendricks doing business as Annie's Place, 460 Belgrade Street, City affirmed.
Appeal sustained, and I'd like to compliment Mr. Young on the presentation of his case and the arguments he made. Whether or not he's successful will be determined by the votes of the rest of my board members, but you did a good job.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Please, let's proceed with the vote.
City affirm.
City affirmed.
City affirm.
Thank you very much. The vote is 4-1, city affirm. The city's position holds. Mr. Young, as you know, you may appeal the decision of this board. And so should you do that, we will see the outcome. Thank you very much for your participation, Ms. Hendricks and Mr. Young and the city, Ms. Costello. Have a great afternoon.
Thank you.
And Chairman Whitson, I'd just like to enter my exhibits for the record.
Yes, so moved.
Thank you.
Oh, I'm sorry, I got ahead of you. Please note the exhibits to be introduced.
Thank you.
Ms. Costello has been muted.
Sorry, Chairman Woodson.
Yeah.
I just wanted to move to enter my exhibits and then that concludes my matters.
Okay, I'm just waiting for you to put to identify the exhibits so they can put them on the record. And
Oh, exhibits A. Enter exhibits A through E.
okay, thank you. So moved.
Thank you.
Okay. All right, let's move on to the next matter.
That brings us to case number 13, hearing appeal number HA 2022-003-361, Capolini Brothers Cigar, Dilworth Paxson LLP, represented by Darwin
Bouvet.
Bouvet.
Okay, who's representing the city?
Good afternoon, Board. Dejanay Davis on behalf of the City of Philadelphia.
Good afternoon. Who's representing the appellant? Ms. Davis, have you had any conversation with the counsel for the appellant?
I did not have a personal conversation, but I did submit the exhibits and CC opposing counsel on that email and received a reply stating that the email was in fact read, but I had not had a personal conversation with counsel regarding this matter.
Okay.
Service was made.
Service was made. Okay, no one here representing the 1225 Walnut Street, Capolini Brothers Cigars. Dilworth Paxson is the firm. Darwin Bouvet is the listed attorney. No one. Okay. All right, Mr. Pincus, what time do we have?
Mr. Chairman,
Yes.
I think you may know as well as I do, Mr. Bouvet. I've known him for a long time, and I'm surprised that he or someone from his firm isn't here. I don't know. I mean, it just as an experienced attorney that he is, I just wonder if a courtesy call might be in order to find out why there's no representation. But it's your call, Mr. Chairman. There is no one here, and frequently or most often, when there's no one here, we decide the case.
Yes. And this, I'm inclined to proceed, Mr. Pincus, principally because we've taken similar actions already today for individuals not being present. And it's an unusual. Ms. Davidson, you said you had no conversation. No one has gotten
I had
back
no
to you.
conversation, but I did receive when I sent the emails regarding the exhibits for today's proceedings, I did receive a read receipt from opposing counsel's email. It basically stating that he saw the exhibits with regards to today's proceeding, but I had not had an actual conversation.
Let's do this. Mr. Pincus, give
And
me,
I also
think-
would like to note that the actual appellant is not here either. So with that, I think we are inclined to proceed with this matter.
Okay, what is your preference, Ms. Davis?
The city will be requesting a city affirm due to failure to appear.
Okay, alrighty. The time you have, Mr. Pincus?
2:40 p.m.
2:40 p.m. All right, thank you very much. With regard then to HA-2022-003361, Capolini Brothers Cigar Company, 1225 Walnut Street, city affirm non-appearance.
City affirmed non-appearance.
City affirmed, non-appearance.
City affirmed, non-appearance.
City affirmed non-appearance.
Thank you very much. Let's move on.
Okay, Chairman, that brings, we have the matters 21 through 30 remaining for the Andre Levchenko Combat Plumbing. We also have one case for the Water Department for Marjorie Fishman. I don't know.
Let's
if
go
we
to
wanna
that one first. Let's go to the
remove
Fishman.
that.
Yes.
That's case number 32, hearing appeal number 2022-004-635, Marjorie Fishman, 2333 South 12th Street.
Good afternoon, Chairman Woodson, Alexandra Athanasiadis on behalf of the city on the matter.
Good afternoon. Is anyone present representing Marjorie Fishman? Ms. Athanasiadis, any conversation or communication with the appellant?
No, sir. This
Okay,
had been filed as an emergency listing and I have not had any communication with the appellant in the interim.
okay. Mr. Wade, have we served, can we confirm service?
Give me 1 second. Service was made through the emergency appeal through email. And there is receipt from the email from Ms. Fishman.
What's the date of the email?
I have an email from Ms. Alford on Tuesday, January 3rd. For this to
Okay.
be listed. No objection for this to be listed. Let me see when the. And I have an email to the appellant on last Wednesday, 1/11/2023.
Confirming today's hearing?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Pincus, do you have a time for us?
2:43 PM.
2:43 PM. Okay, thank you. Ms. Athanasiadis, what is your preference?
Chairman Woodson, I would like a city affirm for failure to appear by the appellant.
Thank you. We will then poll the board regarding HA-2022-004635, Marjorie Fishman, 2333 South 12th Street, city affirm non-appearance.
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 Thank you very much.
Thank you,
That
Chairman
concludes-
Woodson.
Thank you. Have a good afternoon.
Thank you. May I be excused?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you.
So that concludes that matter. Let us then go to the next group of
Mr.
cases.
Chairman, before we proceed, I see the name at least of one individual whose case was previously called Maria Polanco.
Okay,
I mean, anyone is welcome to stay, but I'm wondering if she's aware that her case had, I believe her case was called.
Yes.
Yes. Luke complied.
She's here. She's here.
but her case was resolved earlier today. It was moot compliant, meaning that it's been resolved. So Ms. Polanco this is a public hearing, so you're welcome to stay, but you aren't required to stay because your matter has been resolved.
No, yeah, but the thing is that we have.
Who's speaking, by the way? Who's speaking?
I'm sorry. Yeah, my name is Emilio Polanco. I am actually her son. I'm speaking on her behalf because she speaks Spanish. We was here waiting on her case number to be called. We didn't, recall any.
Yeah, it was called earlier. It was called near around 1:30 or so. So it's been resolved.
No, yeah. So we've been here patiently waiting, for our case number to be called. We've been here since the beginning of the Zoom call.
Okay, I'm sorry that you missed it. You didn't hear us when we called it, but if there isn't anything else for you to do, it's been resolved. The city says moot compliant, which means repair has been made.
Yeah, but that's the thing. I'm thinking we're going to have to reappeal because it's been resolved. But the thing is, with this property, it was never damaged, and we have physical proof, a video. We hired a plumber.
Mr. Chair,
Okay.
I mean, he's not the person that's supposed to be.
Right.
Well,
since we don't even see him, we haven't had him sworn in. I think
she's here.
Okay, let's do this. Mr. Polanco, this is what we're gonna do. Because the matter has been resolved, Mr. Polanco, because this matter has been resolved, we're not gonna hear anything else on this today. If you choose to appeal, submit an additional appeal or ask for a rehearing, you can do that. I would also ask that if Ms. Maria Polanco is not comfortable conversing in English, that you ask for an interpreter. You, as her son, will not be able to be allowed to represent her. Understood?
All right, yeah, so what do we do? We appeal or what would be?
You can
the-
submit it. You can submit an additional appeal request or ask for a rehearing if you're unsatisfied with things. But before you do any of that, call the Department of License and Inspections and try to resolve your matter with them. Okay?
Yeah. All right, yeah.
Okay, thank you.
All right, thank
Have a
you.
good afternoon.
It's all.
Okay, Mr. Wade, let's call the next group of cases.
Okay, would you like them called?
Let's do this, because we have an extensive number of cases of lists here. What I'd like you to do is to put on the record the number and the address for each one, and then we will start with the city, and we'll determine how to group the presentations, okay?
Sounds good.
Thank you.
Case number 21, hearing appeal number HA 2021-005-005. Andre Levchenko, Combat Plumbing, 1916 North Oriana. Case number 22, hearing appeal number HA 2021-005-006. Andre Levchenko, Combat Plumbing, 1956 North Oriana. Case number 23, hearing appeal number HA 2021-005-010. Andre Levchenko, Combat Plumbing, 1534 West Stiles. Case number 24, hearing appeal number 2021-005-012, 521 West Norris Street. Case number 25, hearing appeal number 2021-005-016. Andre Levchenko, Combat Plumbing, 523 West Norris Street. Case number 26, hearing appeal number HA 2021-005-018. Andre Levchenko, Combat Plumbing, 1905 East Harold Street. Case number 27, hearing appeal number HA 2021-005-019. Andre Levchenko, Combat Plumbing, 1907 East Harold Street. Case number 28, hearing appeal number HA 2021-005-020. Andre Levchenko, Combat Plumbing, 416 Hoffman Street. Case number 29, hearing appeal number HA 2021-005-021. Andre Levchenko, Combat Plumbing, 2208 Carl Street. And case number 30, hearing appeal number HA 2021-005-023. Andre Levchenko, Combat Plumbing, 516 Winton Street, all represented by Jonathan Stanwood.
Okay, thank you. All right, who's representing the city in this matter?
Jeffrey Cohen and my co-counsel Dee Davis. We will both be representing the city of Philadelphia.
Okay.
And as a threshold matter, because the board has already dealt with this once today, these 10 notices of violation were all issued on October 8th of 2021. The Blur appeals from these violations are untimely. All of the appeals were received on November 15th of 2021, which is 8 days untimely.
Okay, who's representing the appellant?
Mr. Stanwood, you are muted at this time.
My mistake. Jonathan Stanwood representing Andre Levchenko, and he's the principal of Combat Plumbing.
Okay, Mr. Stanwood, what is your argument regarding timeliness?
Well, with regard to that, the notices are dated the 8th. I'm not sure when they were received by Mr. Levchenko, but they were submitted by email, and I can show this to the board November 12th. Now, I realize the stamp says November 15th, which would be the following Monday, but they were submitted 4:51. I can share the screen with the board.
The city would stipulate that they might be submitted on November 12th. They are dated November 12th, but that's still untimely.
Okay.
I mean, the due date would have been November 7th, 30 days after October 8th.
Well, I would just argue, kind of a nunc-pro-tunc basis, just because of the delay in mailing when they were, who knows, when they were issued and actually mailed and received by my client.
But Mr. Stanwood, you need to make an affirmative argument if you're gonna get over this issue of timeliness.
Well, that's my argument, that we would request consideration nunc-pro-tunc based on the, just on the appeals or the notices were issued on October 8th. When they were mailed and received by my client, I can ask him, I don't know if he knows the date, but that would be my argument, that it would be, very, like a 5-day over the limit at most.
And given that these are, I just want to ask one matter. These are violations, code violations that are often initially administered in the field. So your client had no knowledge of these matters before he got them in the mail?
That I don't know, and I can certainly ask him. I can inquire. I'm not that I don't know.
Okay.
But even still,
if I could add some context.
Well, let me but one other thing. Yeah, the date of the appeal or the date of the notice is October 8th. So even if he did have notice of that ahead of time, or even after that, I mean, I think that's that's the operative date.
Okay. If I could add some context for the board.
Yes.
What we're really talking about today is not so much these notices of violation. It obviously is, that's the subject matter, but they arise from an investigation that occurred during the summer of 2021. And that through this investigation, Mr. Levchenko was given multiple notices and was interviewed on July 15th of 2021, all of this occurring before these notices were actually issued on October 8th of 2021. So with that in mind, Mr. Levchenko would reasonably expect that these notices or other notices would be issued and would be sent to him. And there has been nothing so far that meets the nunc-pro-tunc standard, as this board may be familiar. To get nunc-pro-tunc consideration of an untimely appeal, you have to show some sort of defect or fraud that occurred on the city's end, or maybe some non-negligent reason for not having acted sooner. And so far, the only reasonable explanation for failing to act is Mr. Levchenko either did not check his mail in a timely manner, or when he did check his mail, did not file in a timely manner.
Okay.
Well,
but before you do that, Mr. Stanwood, what I'm going to do is ask the board to take amendment in executive session. So we're going to go to a breakout room. Mr. Wade, would you do that for us, please? So we're going to go off the record for 10 minutes and the board, okay, thank you. Okay, be back on the record. The board has taken some time to consider the arguments from both Mr. Stanwood and Mr. Cohen regarding the timeliness of the hearing. We've determined that we should proceed for today. Okay, thank you very much for your input and the arguments. So let's proceed. Mr. Cohen, do you have any witnesses for today?
Yes, but before we do, I'd like to
read we read the cases and something else, Mr. Cohen?
Well, did the board wish to consider Mr. Fernandez's evidence that he in fact emailed these 10 violation notices to Mr. Levchenko on October 18th, which would be 20 days prior to the expiration of the appeal period?
At this point, I don't think that's necessary. It may come out in a different way as you go through today's hearing, but not as a separate matter on the issue of timeliness, because we've resolved that.
Then in that case, I'd like to make a brief opening argument and then give Mr. Stanwood an opportunity, and then we can get into the city's case.
Sure. Okay.
So I don't know if the board remembers, there were cases involving Ilya Chebatar and Julia Chebatar. Ilya Chebatar's contractor's license was suspended back in 2020 for unsafe construction practices. And then later there was actually a revocation because he was using other people's licenses to evade that suspension. Julia Chebatar, his own daughter, was one of those people that he was using as a front, using her to get a contractor's license so that he could continue work even though he was suspended. Julia was not the only person who he used in these schemes. Andrei Levchenko and Combat Plumbing was another avenue through which Mr. Chebatar evaded his suspension. And with that, what we're really looking at today is at these 10 work sites, was Andrei Levchenko and Combat Plumbing actually acting as a contractor does? You know, a contractor has responsibilities. They have to manage the work site. They need to manage their subcontractors, pay subcontractors. They need to appropriate building materials that match the approved plans for construction at that site. Andrei Levchenko was not doing that at these 10 sites. These 10 sites were actually Ilya Chebatar's sites. Ilya Chebatar was the one who was acting as the contractor in everything but name. And because Andrei Levchenko was lending his name to a contractor who was suspended, whose license was later revoked for this exact behavior, then Andrei Levchenko is responsible, is liable, and the board should issue city-affirmed decisions for giving his name to a contractor who was under suspension and later revocation.
Okay, thank you. Alrighty, Mr. Stanwood, do you have any opening?
Yeah, I do. With regard to these 10 properties, we would disagree that Mr. Levchenko was acting on, as a contract. Strike that. We would disagree that Mr. Chebatar was acting or using Mr. Levchenko as a front. Mr. Levchenko was and is a master plumber. He was a subcontractor on the jobs. And when Mr. Chebatar, and he'll testify to this, when Mr. Chebatar received his revocation, he hired Andrei Levchenko to become the manager and to finish the jobs because these projects were ongoing. And it wasn't as if, they could just pull the plug and walk away from them. Something had to be done to do that. And Mr. Levchenko was hired by Mr. Chebatar in order to accomplish that. So I'll just mention that Mr. Levchenko was acting in his capacity as a contractor, a plumbing contractor on the jobs. Then he was hired as the general manager or maybe not general contractor, but project manager once Mr. Chebatar received his revocation. And I will agree that Mr. Levchenko did have a relationship with Mr. Chebatar. Mr. Chebatar is present, by the way. So we're not saying that there's no connection there, but it's just not the connection that violates the code.
Okay, thank you very much. Mr. Cohen, your first witness.
The city calls Director Will Fernandez of LNI's Audits and Investigations Unit.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Fernandez, you're muted at the moment.
Good afternoon, members of the board. Before we proceed, I have not been sworn in.
Okay, raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm the testimony you give today be the truth so help you God?
I do.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Cohen?
Thank you. Well, actually, before we begin and get into the meat of it, Will, if I can just ask you, please, was what the city represented earlier about the October 18th email to Mr. Levchenko, was that fair and accurate?
Yes, I emailed Mr. Levchenko copies of all of the violation notices that are under appeal today on October 18th, 2022.
Thank you. And members of the board, that was just for the preservation of that issue. Let's
Okay.
now move on to the actual heart of this case. Director Fernandez, can you please tell us what your position is at LNI and what you have done in that position with respect to Combat Plumbing and Mr. Levchenko?
Of course, before I do, I have to correct, I misspoke, October 2021, excuse me.
2021, okay.
Yes, so I am the Director of Audits and Investigations with the Department of Licenses and Inspections. I am responsible for operating the unit that enforces code compliance for contractors and other licensees, such as plumbers, demolition contractors, special inspectors, et cetera. In that capacity, my team issued violation notices, licensing violation notices, they're called, to licensees. Those result in fines after the appeal period has run, if no appeal is taken, or after a violation notice is affirmed, if an appeal is taken. Hand in hand with that responsibility, we also conduct investigations that can result in the suspension or revocation of a licensee's license, and thus their ability to perform construction work or whatever other work is regulated by that license in the city of Philadelphia.
And those regulations cover essentially the responsibilities of a general contractor in the city, correct?
Yes, contractors are subject to both required conduct and prohibited conduct, which are set forth in the respective code sections. 9-1004 for contractor licenses, Those are essentially what authorize us to issue license violation notices. There's also grounds for suspensions set forth in 910-049, and we use those to justify and legally support suspensions when we determine that they're appropriate.
Well, specifically with respect to this case and the responsibilities that are at issue here, what responsibilities of a general contractor do you expect to see, or does the code require?
Well, the basic responsibility of a contractor is to ensure that the construction authorized by a permit is conducted in a manner that complies with the Philadelphia Code. There's many parts that combine to kind of set up that responsibility. They include the hiring, management, and payment of subcontractors, the procurement of building materials that will result in a building that matches the approved plans and is therefore safe and code compliant, include coordinating special inspectors with subcontractors. In many instances, this isn't certainly not a code responsibility, but in many instances, contractors will provide warranties on buildings they build and then service those warranties to the purchasers of the properties. So all of those things combine add up to the ultimate responsibility, which is executing the work authorized by a permit without violating any part of the Philadelphia Code.
And if a contractor has their name on a permit, do you also expect that they or their subcontractors, meaning subs, would also call for or attend permit inspections?
Yes, of course. When you receive a permit, there are a number of required inspections that must be passed before the permit is finalized. And if it's a new construction, a certificate of occupancy issued. It's a major responsibility for contractors to not just do the work leading up to the inspection, but then to also arrange for and execute the inspection, which involves coordinating with the department, arranging the time to meet up on site, meeting the building inspector on site, and doing whatever needs to be done at that point, walking them through the building, showing them framing or whatever it is.
So let's jump back in time a little bit because I want to discuss who is Ilya Chebatar.
Yeah, well, Mr. Chebatar operated a licensed contracting company called Vertex Investments. I believe Vertex without any vowels, VRTX.
I was about to ask. Thank you. Did Vertex have any employees?
No, Mr. Chebatar was a sole proprietor. What that means is that in lieu of providing workers' compensation insurance to the department as part of his license application, he instead submitted an affidavit saying, I don't have any employees. It's just me, Mr. Chebatar. I'm a one-person operation. So we knew that Mr. Chebatar, at least Mr. Chebatar represented to the department when he obtained his license and then annually upon renewal that he did not employ anyone.
And as it happened, did the department investigate Mr. Chebatar?
Yes, the investigation.
I'm just going to object. I mean, we'll stipulate that he was revoked. I don't know if that makes a difference, but I'll just object on relevance to what Mr. Chebatar's status is. I mean, we know he was revoked.
Well, actually, Mr. Stanwood, would you stipulate both to the suspension date and the revocation? Because those are two separate actions. The suspension on, give me one moment, the suspension of Ilya Chebatar's license on March 9th of 2020, and then later the revocation of that license. I'm afraid I don't have the date. Director Fernandez, do you know when the revocation date was?
I don't know it offhand. I know that the letter is in your packet, and then the revocation was appealed, but that appeal was withdrawn just before the hearing was going to go forward. So unfortunately, I don't have the date on hand, but
if I may, the date of the revocation is dated July 23rd, 2021.
We'll stipulate.
Okay, then the city will move on. Thank you, Mr. Stanwood. So why was Ilya Chebatar's license suspended, then later revoked?
Same objection, relevance.
Well, those are actually at the heart of why it was a violation for Mr. Levchenko to lend his license to Mr. Chebatar. Because it's one thing to say, lend your license to a buddy, which is still unlawful. It's another to lend your license to someone who's been suspended for, as the city has offered previously, unsafe construction practices.
Okay, I will overrule the objection. Please proceed.
Yes, I'll be brief. The initial suspension was brought for repeated failure to comply with the Philadelphia Code. We found that a number of Mr. Chebatar's active job sites, the time we were conducting the investigation, had engaged in improper, unsafe excavation practices, including underpinning.
And actually, at this time, if I could please share my screen. Can everyone see the city's exhibits packet that's currently on screen?
Yes.
Yes.
All right, I am going to jump to exhibit A5 in the packet, which is on page 11. Director Fernandez, is this the notice of that suspension we were just discussing of Mr. Chebatar?
It is, yes.
And specifically here on page 12, is this what you were discussing, the engaging in improper excavation or underpinning?
Yes, I specify 5 addresses where we found the unsafe practices, and I state that the code was being violated in a manner that endangered the public.
And at 2 of these addresses, 516 Winton and 1534 West Stiles, are these addresses and work sites that were later transferred to Mr. Levchenko?
Yes, I believe those are both at issue today.
And specifically with respect to 516 Winton, is construction permit 996316 one of the permits that was transferred to Mr. Levchenko?
Yes, it was.
And scrolling down to page 15 in the same exhibit is building permit 996488 at 1534 West Stile Street, also a permit that was transferred from Mr. Chebatar eventually to Mr. Levchenko.
It was, yes.
Thank you. Just for the record, the highlighting that is in this document is entirely the city's. The original document does not contain this highlighting.
Okay, thank you.
Now, I would actually like to jump to the next exhibit, if you'll forgive me, on page 18. What is this notice?
So after we executed or effectuated the suspension against Vertex Investments, we noted that a large number of the properties that were underway, that were active at the time of the suspension, had switched responsible contractors to a newly licensed contractor called Build Development LLC, which was a sole proprietorship owned and operated by Julia Chebatar. We learned that Julia Chebatar was Mr. Chebatar's daughter. She's a private chef that works in New York City primarily, although she represented to us that she occasionally visits Philadelphia. We conducted an investigation, determined that Mr. Chebatar remained in control of these job sites and that Ms. Chebatar had engaged in deceit while obtaining her contractor license. We therefore suspended her license for 18 months. She appealed. A full hearing was held before this board in April 2021, I want to say, and the city's suspension was affirmed after that hearing.
Well, you mentioned that she was a private chef, but let's give the board some context to her background here. Didn't she compete on Chopped?
The Chopped champion. I watch a lot of Chopped myself, and that struck me when I was engaged in the investigation.
So she's a culinary professional.
She is, yes. She seems to be very accomplished and successful. To be honest, all of her food looked great.
Mr. Cohen, I think that's been well established in the prior hearing, and I think you've established that. So let's move on.
Then yes, let's move on. The point the city was making, I think, is well received by this board. As you've pointed out, the highlighted section down here on page 18, her license was suspended for engaging in deceit. On this second page here, on page 19, was that specifically deceit by allowing Ilya Chebatar, her father, to continue to work under her name and not his own?
Yes, that's correct. I mean, there's a lot of ways that the license application could be considered deceitful. For one, she had filed a sole proprietor affidavit claiming that only Julia Chebatar was part of the company, and we found that to be false. However, our investigation essentially concluded that the entire point of her licensure was to allow Mr. Chebatar to continue operating job sites. That's, I think, more saliently the deceit at play, in that investigation.
And again, I'm just going to object as to relevance, what Julia Chebatar did. I mean, the fact that she's a chef, that's interesting, but I don't think how any of that's relevant to what we're dealing with here today.
Well, she is a chef. She's a very good chef. She is, however, not a contractor by training.
Let me just rule on Mr. Stanwood's objection. Mr. Stanwood, you may not have heard, but I commented on the city's previous statements and asked them to move on, which they have. Okay, so I think we're okay. I'm going to overrule that and proceed. Please proceed, Mr. Cohen.
Thank you. Scrolling down now to page 21 to 22, page 20 to 21 in this packet. Director Fernandez, was 516 Winton one of the sites that had been transferred from Elia to Julia Chebatar?
It was, yes.
And it was that same permit that we've discussed before, 996316?
Yes.
And on page 21 was 1534 West Stiles, and that permit, were those also transferred from Elia to Julia?
They were.
Did you interview Julia Chebatar?
Yes, I did.
Could you tell me a little bit about that interview and what knowledge she displayed of contracting?
Yeah, she,
before you do that, Mr. Cohen, I think I have to ask you, I mean, it's been fairly well, given that we've heard her case and the ultimate here was the suspension and revocation, I believe.
Well, if I may, members of the board, as an offer of proof, what the city is trying to establish here with this line of questioning is essentially it's the same scheme. The transfer to Julia and then transfer to Andrei Levchenko is just a continuation of the same scheme. Someone who is not involved with these work sites, in specifically with 516 Winton and 1534 West Stiles, someone who's simply putting their name on the permit, but still allowing Elia Chebatar to continue to manage the site, do the work, even though he was under suspension and later revocation.
And that was the basis of, partly the basis for the revocation and suspension of Elia.
Well,
I'm sorry,
one
Julia.
of the parallels that the city is seeking to draw through this line of questioning is Julia Chebatar and Andrei Levchenko were very much in the same position with the same lack of knowledge.
The point I'm making here only is that some of which we've heard and we've ruled on and results was a revocation. And so I'm just asking if you could sort of tailor your question so that we can move forward a bit fast.
That I understand, and I think your point is well taken, Mr. Chairman. So then let me rephrase my question, Director Fernandez. During Julia Chebatar's interview, what similarities did you note between her interview and the later interview that you made of Mr. Levchenko?
Yeah, well, in both cases, neither Ms. Chebatar nor Mr. Levchenko was able to identify the subcontractors that were working at their job sites. And generally, they displayed a lack of specific knowledge of the activity at those job sites. I recall Ms. Chebatar couldn't remember whether a certain permit required special inspections, which a contractor would be aware of because that requires a lot of coordination and hiring an engineering firm and such. The similarity, though, is that in both cases, the licensees who were on the permit displayed a lack of knowledge that was quite surprising for the ostensible responsible contractor.
Now, who was calling for the inspections when Julia Chebatar had these permits under her name?
Well, in many instances, Mr. Ilya Chebatar was requesting the inspections. And if I can take a quick step back and explain how inspections are scheduled, there's two methods. You can do it directly through Eclipse, or you can do it through the IVR phone system. In either way you do it, you call, or you go on the computer, you specify the permit, you select the time and date, AM or PM, the specific date, and then you provide a contact number for the permit inspector to call on the morning of the inspection. And that's really key because that phone number is how the building inspector coordinates the specifics of the inspections. They might say, okay, look, with my schedule today, I can't be there till 3. I need you to have the approved plans. I need you to have the foundation ready for inspection. I'll see you there, or such. So the contact number that is left at the time that an inspection is scheduled is a really crucial piece of information in both of these investigations. With Ms. Chebatar, we found that both Ilya Chebatar, or I think it might be Chebatar, I apologize if I've been pronouncing it incorrectly. We found that Mr. Ilya Chebatar, his personal cell phone number was being used as a contact number on a large amount of inspection requests after Julia Chebatar had become responsible for the permits. We also found that a individual named Vladimir Ignatsky, who was later identified by both Mr. Levchenko and Mr. Chebatar as one of Mr. Chebatar's managers or employees or business partners, we found that he was also, his phone number was being provided as a contact number on a large number of inspections. That's what we found with respect to Ms. Julia Chebatar when she was listed as the contractor responsible for the permits. And as you'll hear shortly, it's something we also found was happening when Mr. Levchenko was responsible for the permits, even though in that situation, it tended to be much more of Mr. Ignatsky and much less of Mr. Chebatar.
Well, I don't want to give up the game too soon because just as an offer of proof for the board, my co-counsel Dee Davis, after I've completed with the directive will, she will take over the direct and we'll go through the individual sites because we're going to go over specifically who's calling for inspections at these individual sites and other documentary issues dealing with those sites. But getting back to what you were saying, Director Fernandez, you were saying Vladimir Ignatsky was also calling for these inspections. Can you very briefly characterize Vladimir Ignatsky's relationship to any of the Ilya Chebatar, Julia Chebatar, or Andrei Levchenko?
Yeah, based on our interviews with all of the major relevant parties, it's undisputed that Mr. Ignatsky has a long-standing relationship with Mr. Chebatar. It goes back at least 25 years. It's been variously described as business partner, business associate. Mr. Levchenko called Mr. Ignatsky one of Mr. Chebatar's managers. I think Mr. Chebatar called Mr. Ignatsky one of his employees. That might be the term. Regardless, they've worked together in business for decades.
Actually, I'm going to, sorry.
Ms. Chebatar also referenced Mr. Ignatsky as a close family friend, which I think is, from everything I've learned, seems like a fair description.
Thank you. Now I'm going to jump back in the packet to page 6. What is this that I'm displaying on the screen, Director?
This is the 91004 contractor license for Mr. Levchenko doing business as Combat Plumbing. I specified 91004 because we did not take action. We did not issue violations to his plumber license. So this is his contractor license, which is what's at the heart of the issue today.
And is Mr. Levchenko a sole proprietor, or does his company / contractor's license also have employees?
Mr. Levchenko is a sole proprietor.
And has Mr. Levchenko previously done plumbing work for Vertex and Ilya Chebatar?
Yes, both Mr. Levchenko and Mr. Chebatar acknowledged that Mr. Levchenko served as the plumber for Mr. Chebatar's jobs in the past, including at some of the sites. I don't recall specifically which ones right now, some of the sites that Mr. Levchenko would then take over as the general contractor.
And did Mr. Levchenko admit when you interviewed him that he was aware at the time, back in July of 2021, of Mr. Chebatar's suspension?
Yes, Mr. Levchenko was aware that Mr. Chebatar had been suspended. In fact, he indicated to me, he told me that he was aware that Mr. Chebatar's suspension was the reason that he was being named as the responsible contractor for these permits.
Now I'm going to jump to page 25 in the packet. This is pre-labeled as Exhibit A7. Director Fernandez, did you help put this exhibit together?
I reviewed the exhibit once it was completed, and it was based on a number of documents that I compiled during my investigation, or at least it was made in conjunction with reviewing those documents that I had prepared.
And to the best of your knowledge, are all of the dates and information in this summary accurate based on your investigation?
Yes, I compared it against the primary documents that I compiled during my investigation. And to the best of my knowledge, everything on it is correct.
So then let's jump in the middle of the timeline instead of at the beginning, which Mr. Chibotar's suspension, which has already been stipulated. Right here, October 27th of 2020. Was that when LNI issued the notice of intent to suspend Julia Chibotar's license?
Yes, that's when we notified Ms. Chibotar that we were going to take action to suspend her license after the appeal period or the appeal hearing, if she took an appeal, played out.
And following that notice, were there multiple building permits that were transferred from Julia Chibotar or from other entities affiliated with Ilya Chibotar to Andrei Levchenko?
Yes, in the month following our notice of intent to suspend issued to Ms. Chibotar, at which time she was named on many of the on some of the former Vertex permits. That was when Mr. Levchenko and Combat Plumbing had what I think could be described as their first stint, his first stint as the responsible contractor on a number of former Vertex permits.
And at this time, was there an appeal pending from the notice of intent to suspend Julia's license?
Yes, we would not end up having the hearing until April of the following year. So, there was a good amount of time before we actually effectuated the suspension of Ms. Chibotar's license, which would result in all of the jobs at which she is the responsible contractor being stopped until a new contractor was put in charge of the permits.
And actually, let's jump back just a couple of months from April of 2021. Here in the middle of the timeline, January through March of 2021, were there permits that Julia either obtained or took back from Andrei Levchenko?
Yes, as noted on the document, in January, February, and March, some new building permits are issued, naming either Ms. Chibotar or Mr. Levchenko as the responsible contractor. And then in March of 2021, Ms. Chibotar takes over, or I guess say, takes them back a number of permits that had been that had named Mr. Levchenko as the contractor in November of 2020.
And then we have here on April 13th of 2021, that was when Julia's license was suspended.
That's correct, yes.
And then were there permits that were immediately or shortly after that suspension were transferred from Julia Chibotar to Andrei Levchenko?
Yeah, after the suspension is actually effectuated, the pattern becomes even more consistent. It seems like essentially Mr. Levchenko took possession or was named as the responsible contractor on all of the permits that had previously listed Ms. Chibotar and that were now at risk of being stopped until a replacement contractor took over the jobs.
And just to note for the record, there are 3 sites, 521 West Norris, 1916 North Oriana, and 523 West Norris. Are those essentially the permits bounced from Levchenko to Julia Chibotar and then back to Andrei Levchenko?
That's correct.
And then in May of 2021, did you initiate an investigation into Mr. Levchenko?
Yes, we did. At this point, we of course knew that we needed to keep an eye on these permits. And when they all switched back to Mr. Levchenko, we initiated an investigation, notified Mr. Levchenko that he was formally under investigation, requested that he participate in an interview, and then the investigation played out from there.
And here we have October 8th of 2021, the issuance of the 10 license violation notices that are at issue here today. What happened after those were issued?
After we issued the violation notices, at that point, a newly formed contracting company, BI Direct LLC, took over as the contractor for various permits that had kind of cycled through the Chibotar, Mr. Chibotar, Ms. Chibotar, Mr. Levchenko. BI Direct LLC is to this day, currently responsible for those permits. And I can share it is currently under investigation. I won't reveal any further information regarding that investigation at this time.
We won't have to. I want to turn back to the notice of investigation that was sent on May 4th of 2021, which is Exhibit A3 in the packet on page 9. If you could tell me when AIU initiates an investigation and gives notice to the person being investigated, what are the steps that AIU takes at that point?
Yeah, so when we initiate an investigation, we always note, so we have something called a preliminary investigation that's much more limited. When we're conducting a preliminary investigation, we don't need to notify the subject that they are under investigation. However, if we want to request documents from the licensee directly or request interviews, we need to open up a formal investigation and notify the licensee that they're under investigation, inform them of their right to counsel and all of that good stuff. So that's what this letter accomplished.
And does this letter request that Mr. Levchenko participate in a phone interview?
Yes, I asked him to participate in a phone interview on May 11th at 2 p.m.
Did that interview actually occur?
No, Mr. Levchenko did not respond to our request at this time.
I'm going to turn to the next page, page 10 in the packet, which is pre-labeled Exhibit A4. What is this notice?
So this was the next step in our investigation after Mr. Levchenko failed to respond. You can see that it's dated July 7th, 2021, so a fair amount of time had passed. Here we request that he provide some documentation that we could use to verify whether he was actually serving as the bona fide contractor at these permits or not, specifically agreements or contracts with subcontractors, and documentation showing payment flowing from the contractor to the subcontractors. We also requested again that Mr. Levchenko participate in a interview.
And did he participate in an interview after this notice?
Yes, he did.
I see right here in this notice, which for the record has been highlighted by the city. The highlighting is not in the original document. In the second paragraph, the request asks Mr. Levchenko to provide copies of agreements or contracts with every subcontractor for these job sites that are immediately below, and documentation of payment to those subcontractors. Were those agreements or payments ever provided?
No, we never received any of the requested documentation. During the interview, Mr. Levchenko informed us that the same subcontractors that had already been working at the site under Mr. Chibatar continued to work at the sites and continue to be paid by Mr. Chibatar, excuse me. And that's my understanding. That's why we never received any of the requested documentation. It didn't exist.
And just for the record, these sites, work sites that are mentioned in the middle of this document, are the 10 highlighted sites the same that are the subjects of these 10 violation notices?
Yes, they are.
Now I'm going to jump back to the timeline on page 25. But Director, I want to ask you more about this interview with Mr. Levchenko and how it conforms to this timeline. First of all, you said regarding the subcontractors that Ilya Chibatar was the one who had the agreements and who was paying them. Did you ask Mr. Levchenko to name any of these subcontractors?
I did, and he was unable to provide any names.
How did Mr. Levchenko describe his role at these work sites?
He described himself, the exact terms were project manager and supervisor.
And did he say who hired him to be the project manager?
Yes, Mr. Chibatar. He referred a couple times to ownership groups or ownership, but I confirmed during the interview that that group included Mr. Chibatar.
Wait, Mr. Chibatar and not Julia Chibatar, which you can actually see on this exhibit, page 25. Mr. Levchenko was taking over some of these permits from Julia Chibatar, but he mentioned that he was hired by Ilya Chibatar, correct?
That's correct.
Now, sorry, I'm just double checking. Is it normal for a general contractor to be completely unaware of who his subcontractors are?
Objection.
Overruled. Please continue.
It's extremely abnormal.
And I believe you spoke to this already, but just in case, did you say who the subcontractors were at these job sites?
They were the same subcontractors that had been contracted to provide work while Mr. Chibatar was the responsible contractor. They were being paid by the ownership group, or Mr. Chibatar. I learned during the interview and during the interview with Mr. Chibatar, there were things thrown out like Mr. Chibatar knew which contractors worked. He recommended contractors, but we found that they were being paid directly by Mr. Chibatar or his owner associates, not by the ostensible responsible contractor, Mr. Levchenko, and that there was never any actual contracts between Mr. Levchenko and the subcontractors that were working under permits for which he was named as the responsible contractor.
So who signed as the general contractor on the contracts with the subs?
That I don't know because I never received physical copies of the contracts.
So is it normal for a general contractor to essentially farm out all of the subcontracting to another party and to not even have a copy of the agreements with the subs?
It's extremely abnormal.
And is it normal for a general contractor not to be the party or individual directing payments to the subs?
That is also abnormal. By its very nature, a subcontractor, even by just the dictionary definition, is in contract with the contractor. That's why they are subcontractors. In a typical sequence of events, owner hires the contractor, pays them the cost of the construction to be performed. The contractor is then responsible for selecting and hiring subcontractors and paying them to complete whatever portion of the overall contract they've been selected to fulfill.
So what did your investigation conclude regarding the relationship or lack thereof between Andrei Levchenko and these subcontractors?
Well, we concluded that Mr. Levchenko was not acting as the contractor for these permits at the time that he was named as the responsible contractor on the paperwork.
Thank you. And shifting slightly, you'd mentioned before when Julia Chibatar was the contractor listed on these permits that Vladimir Ignatsky and Ilya Chibatar were calling in inspections through the IVR system. Did this continue when Andrei Levchenko had taken over these permits?
Yes, it did. During Julia Chibatar's appeal hearing, we, of course, revealed, for lack of a better term, that we were using the contact number left on inspection requests to render these conclusions about who was acting as contractor or to contribute to our determination. So I did note that after the permits switched over to Mr. Levchenko, there seemed to be less of Mr. Chibatar's personal cell phone number being left as a contact number, even though on occasion it was. It became much more commonplace for Mr. Ignatsky's cell phone number to be left as the contact number. However, they both appear as contact numbers on inspection requests made after Mr. Chibatar, after Mr. Levchenko took over the permits for the final go round.
Well, when you interviewed Mr. Levchenko in July of 2021, did he say who had been attending permit inspections at those sites?
Yes. After we told him that we knew that Mr. Ignatsky was requesting inspections, he did divulge that Mr. Ignatsky had arranged for and executed city inspections. He also identified Mr. Ignatsky as a representative of Mr. Chibatar and the ownership, and claimed that Mr. Chibatar was paying Mr. Ignatsky, not him.
So is it normal?
I'm sorry, I think I just made that confusing. Mr. Chibatar was paying Mr. Ignatsky. Mr. Levchenko was not paying Mr. Ignatsky.
So is it normal for a general contractor to have someone who's not his employee, who he's not paying, handle, call for, and attend permit inspections?
Absolutely not, especially when you're a sole proprietor. That means that you are the only representative of the general contractor. And yes, that means you will be using subcontractors, licensed subcontractors to do parts of the construction. But it would be bizarre for a mysterious third party with no formal affiliation with any of the companies on site to be involved in the construction.
So what did you conclude based on this information?
We concluded that Mr. Ignatsky was working as a representative or agent of Mr. Chibatar's. That conclusion was made in reliance on our interviews, where pretty much everyone identified Mr. Ignatsky as being an associate of Mr. Chibatar's. And that through Mr. Ignatsky and through his own personal involvement, Mr. Chibatar remained involved in the construction occurring under the permits at issue today.
Well, you said interviews plural. Did you also interview someone else other than Andrei Levchenko in July of 2021?
Yes, shortly after we interviewed Mr. Levchenko, we interviewed Mr. Chibatar an additional time.
Thank you. I'd like to actually move on to builders materials that you discussed briefly after our opening. During your interview with Mr. Levchenko, did he discuss how he had been sourcing or procuring these materials for his job sites?
Yes, we asked him about the materials, and he claimed to us that he was making the orders either in person or on the phone, neither of which have a trail we can follow, of course, or a trail we can really sufficiently follow to render strong conclusions. But he also acknowledged that Mr. Chibatar and his ownership partners were buying the materials through the accounts that they had previously established while working as general contractor at Vertex Investments.
So you said just a minute ago that you were having trouble following the trail. Does that mean, did Andrei Levchenko provide any documentation, invoices, receipts, purchase orders for any of these builders materials?
No, we never received any documentation regarding where the building materials were sourced from.
And it is the responsibility of the contractor named on the permit to make sure that the materials meet the requirements of the approved plans for those sites?
Yes, that's correct. Without the correct materials, you can't build the building properly. And it's ultimately the contractor's responsibility to ensure that happens. So to answer your question, yes.
So what did you conclude from that information?
It was another data point pointing to Mr. Chibatar's continuing involvement in a manner that constitutes engaging in construction with which the Philadelphia Code says requires a contractor license to do.
Now, moving on to the compensation of the actual contractor, did you ask Mr. Levchenko how much he was paid for these 10 job sites that he took over?
We did. He told us that he was being paid a flat fee and wouldn't divulge any further details.
And he didn't provide any documentation, again, receipts, invoices, contracts, agreements?
He did not, no.
Do contractors who are being investigated by L&I typically provide that kind of information or documentation?
Yeah, there's a duty to cooperate with active investigations memorialized in the Philadelphia Code. Typically speaking, in my experience, the amount of compensation a contractor is receiving for a project, it tends not to be controversial, or it's typically divulged without any objection.
Now, did you talk to Mr. Levchenko during his interview about builder's warranties on these 10 sites?
We did, yes. Or I did, yes.
What, if anything, did he say?
He initially said that he provides a 1-year guarantee for work that he's completed. He mentioned during the interview, I recall, that he was right after the interview going to go service a minor issue with a plumbing leak. And then when I informed him that we were aware that Mr. Chibatar was servicing a builder warranty on a property that was completed while Mr. Levchenko was the responsible contractor, he claimed to not be aware of that.
Let's actually move on to your follow-up interview. After interviewing Mr. Levchenko, you followed up with an interview of Ilya Chibatar. Was Ilya Chibatar aware that permits he had obtained were transferred to Mr. Levchenko?
Yes, he was.
And did he say who had been calling for inspections under those permits after the transfer to Mr. Levchenko?
I believe that he acknowledged that Mr. Ignatsky was scheduling inspections, excuse me.
Was Ilya Chibitar himself present at any of those inspections?
Yes, he told me that as the owner of the property, and I will take a moment to say that in the grand majority, possibly all of them, he is not formally an owner of the property. He has represented to me during the interviews that he has a sort of informal business partnership with the individuals or companies that own most of the properties at issue today. But I think it's very important to recognize that he is not actually an owner, on the deed recorded with the Department of Records. He did claim that he was arranging and present for some of the inspections, essentially saying, I'm the owner of the property and it's important that it be, that the inspection go well and that we pass the inspection. And so I appeared.
Did Mr. Chibitar say anything about the subcontractors that were working at these sites after they were transferred to Mr. Levchenko?
Yeah, there was some slightly inconsistent messaging here or speech here, but he certainly acknowledged recommending the subcontractors that he had previously used. He eventually admitted to paying the subcontractors that continued working at the site in conjunction with the owner, working with the ownership group. The idea was essentially, I know these guys are good. Why wouldn't I recommend them to continue working at these sites?
And did Mr. Chibitar discuss anything about builder's warranties for these 10 sites?
Yes, again, it basically was, well, I'm the owner of the property. Somebody's got to honor these warranties. And so, yeah, on occasion, I responded to, the purchasers and service the builder warranties.
And were the admissions that Mr. Levchenko made in his interview and Mr. Chibitar made in his subsequent interview consistent with the documentary evidence you collected during your investigation?
Well, there were some internal inconsistencies in Mr. Chibitar's interview alone. A lot of the times he would provide some information. I'd say, well, Mr. Levchenko or Mr. Lewandowski, a different contractor that was involved in the investigation, said otherwise. And then he would slightly alter or change his response to be more in line with the previously provided information. However, after conducting these two interviews in July, the final takeaway from those two interviews, combined with the documentary evidence we established by reviewing our permit records, making our request for documentation, they all pointed to the same clear conclusion, which is that Mr. Chibitar remained engaged in construction after his suspension, after his revocation, after these other contractors came in and were named as the responsible contractors on the permit. I'm not denying that Mr. Levchenko had some involvement in the construction. I wouldn't necessarily contest the idea that he showed up on site and, supervised to some degree. That was represented to me. But the same subcontractors continued to be used. They continued to be paid by Mr. Chibitar. Mr. Chibitar had recommended them, essentially selecting them. Mr. Chibitar fulfilled the builder's warranties when purchasers would call and say, hey, our heat's not working or whatever. And so, it was pretty clear when we concluded that Mr. Chibitar's involvement continued past both his suspension and his revocation.
Thank you very much, Director Fernandez. I'd like to pass off the rest of the direct examination to my colleague, Desjardins Davis. But before I do, unless there's any objection from Mr. Stanwood, I'd like to move into evidence cities exhibits A2, A3, A4, A5, A6, and A7. And if you need, I can tell you which exhibits those are. I just wanted to read off the names.
Yeah, maybe you could zoom out your screen.
Actually, you know what? I will do better. Let's actually go to the page. We're talking about these exhibits that I'm currently highlighting.
Okay, not hearing any objection, we will enter them to the record.
Well, Chairman, I'm just reviewing them. Just give me 1 second if I could, please. No objection to A2 or A3 and A4. Yeah, we'll stipulate to A5. A6. I mean, yeah, we'll stipulate to A7.
Okay, thank you
Okay,
very
so
much.
noted.
With
Mr.
that, I'll
Cohen.
stop sharing my screen, and
Yeah,
I'd like to
Mr.
pass it off to my colleague Dejanay Davis.
Before Ms. Davis starts though, Mr. Cohen, I'm trying to get a gauge on what we're talking about time-wise. How many more witnesses do you have?
Director Fernandez is the sole witness.
Okay,
But we decided to split the direct into two parts simply because there was the overview and interviews and what Mr. Levchenko was doing. And then there's the diving into each site to show specific details and in certain cases, specific documentary evidence.
okay. And I probably should have asked this before. Mr. Stanwood, how many witnesses will you have?
Just Mr. Levchenko.
Okay, I just want to get a handle on how much are we talking about next 2 hours, or are we not talking about the next 6 hours? In terms of how much time we're going to be dedicating to this.
Certainly not 6 hours here, probably, for Mr. Levchenko, 15, 20 minutes.
Okay, because I'd like these portions to be concise as they can be. Of course, putting on the record that you need to put on, but certainly we'll be asking you to be moving things forward.
And Mr. Chairman, I may have to leave the hearing, or I plan to leave the hearing at 4:30, just to put you and the members of the board and the parties
Okay.
all on notice that I will perhaps not be able to complete hearing the case.
Okay, thank you. All right, Ms. Davis.
Yes, and I'm going to try to be brief as I do have to go through documents pertaining to 10 different properties.
Okay.
Good afternoon, Mr. Fernandez.
Good afternoon.
With regards to this matter, did you get an opportunity to review all the documents, public records regarding to this matter?
Yes, I personally reviewed the inspection records for each permit that is at issue today.
And as you stated earlier, you provided these documents to the city, correct?
To the law department, yes.
Law department, yes. And would you recognize those documents if I were to show you here today?
I certainly would.
Okay, permission to share my screen, Chairman?
Yes, please.
Inspector Fernandez, can you see my screen?
I can.
Board members, can you see my screen?
Yes.
Okay. At this time, I'm showing Inspector Fernandez what has been previously marked as City's Exhibit B1. Mr. Fernandez, do you recognize this exhibit?
Yes.
And what is it?
This is a licensing violation notice issued to Mr. Levchenko on October 8th, 2021. I can't see it on the screen right now, but I believe it's one violation of 91047D, which prohibits contractors from allowing other entities to use their permits.
And can you state the date of this notice
October 8th, 2021.
and the cited licenses with regards to this
Yeah.
property?
Yeah, those are Mr. Levchenko's licenses. I know that before I mentioned that we had issued these to his contractor license. I failed to remember that because of the way Eclipse works, the violations actually attached to the contractor object, not the license object. So I have to correct what I said earlier. The violations are attached to the to both of his licenses. One of those, I don't know which offhand, is his master plumber license. The other is his contractor license.
Okay, and at this time, Chairman and the board, I just wanted to ask if opposing counsel would object to stipulating to all the notices of violations with regards to this matter, in addition to all of the appeals, just for the sake of time, going through each individual notice of violation for each property, if opposing counsel wanted to stipulate to those notices.
But you're just asking us to stipulate that these notices were issued?
Yeah, that they were issued the date of the notice, which is October 10th,
Yeah.
2021.
Stipulate.
And in addition to the appeal that was filed, that the stamp date is November 15th, 2021, and that that the appeal was completed by your client on November 12th, 2021.
Well, we'll stipulate, and I'm the one who completed the appeal, not my client. So if you
Well,
want to
yes,
make a stipulation, we should make it accurate.
That is correct. So with that, I'm going to move to what has been previously marked as Cities Exhibit B3. Mr. Fernandez, can you see my screen? I may need to zoom out a little bit.
Yes, I can see it through the April, now the December 5th, 2021.
Okay.
Row.
And can you tell the board what we're looking at right now?
Yeah, so I think a little bit of background here is definitely called for. So these are charts that I initially created. I think they might have been touched up over at the law department to some degree. Here's what the colors mean, because I know that's what really jumps off the page. So each of these tables corresponds to changes or updates made to an existing permit. Here you can see this is 996316 for 516 Witten Street. Where
What
you see
exhibit is this, by the way?
This
What
is
exhibit is this?
B3.
this is B3.
Thank you.
where you see a cell highlighted green, that indicates a change in contractor. The responsible contractor has changed. Where you see a red cell or red row, that indicates that the contractor responsible for the permit at that time has been suspended by the department. Where you see a cell highlighted yellow, that means that Mr. Chibatar's cell phone number, 215-667-1056, was left as the contact number on an inspection request. Where you see a cell highlighted blue, that means that Vladimir Ignatsky's cell phone number, 267-632-1941, was left as the contact number on an inspection request. So if you travel down the chart from top to bottom, you're progressing in time. If you hit a red highlighted cell, that means that the contractor has been suspended. Green means it's been changed to the contractor. And then over on the right-hand side, where you see yellow, that means that Mr. Chibatar was the contact for an inspection request. Excuse me. And blue indicates Ignatsky, Mr. Ignatsky, for the same thing.
Okay, and can you tell the board with the reference to B3, what property is this referencing to and the permit number?
Yeah, this is 516 Witten Street, permit number 996316.
And can you tell the board who took over this permit and roughly when?
Yeah, so this was initially issued to Vertex, Mr. Chibatar's company, in August 2019. After Mr. Chibatar's license was suspended in March, it switches over to a contractor, Hammers Contractors. I mentioned Mr. Lewandowski before. That's Mr. Lewandowski's company. He's a siding subcontractor that had previously worked under Mr. Chibatar. Just 6 days later, it switches over to Ms. Chibatar, I think shortly after she acquired her license. Then a number of inspections are requested while Ms. Chibatar is the contractor responsible for the permit. You see 2 of those inspection requests are made with Mr. Chibatar's number as the contact number, and then 3 are made with Mr. Ignatsky as the contact number left for the inspection. I will mention that one of those inspection requests, Ms. Chibatar's phone number was left as the contact number. Then Ms. Chibatar's license gets suspended while she's acting as the responsible contractor on the permit. 2 days later, Mr. Levchenko takes over the permit, April 15th, 2021. He's named as the responsible contractor. About a month and a half after that, a number of inspection requests are made for the final inspection to finalize the permit. And Mr. Ignatsky, who Mr. Levchenko identified as one of Mr. Chibatar's managers, is the individual whose contact number is provided as as the contact for those inspections.
And was this work site at was this particular work site at 516 Witten Street and permit number 996316 specifically cited in the notices of violation, the notices of suspension for both Ilya and Julia Chibatar?
Yeah, this one goes all the way back to the initial Vertex suspension brought for repeated unsafe excavation practices.
Okay, at this time, I'm going to show Mr. Fernandez what has been previously marked as Cities Exhibit C3. Mr. Fernandez, can you explain to the board what we have here?
Yes, this is the same chart. All the charts that you'll see from here on out follow the same scheme, the same, color coding, all of that stuff. So this is for 1916 North Oriana Street, permit 971107, new construction. Property was owned by Ilya Ehrlich, which I believe Mr. Chibatar told me was a cousin or a family member of his. Again, this is issued while Vertex is named on the application as the responsible contractor. March of 2020, about 9 months after the permit was issued, we suspend Mr. Chibatar, his license. So at that point, 6 months later, LA 88 Services, Inc., that's another company controlled by Alexander Lewandowski, the siding subcontractor who had worked under Mr. Chibatar at various job sites. He takes over the permit in September of 2020. Then about a month and a half later, on November 10th, Mr. Levchenko takes over for his initial stint as the responsible contractor on this permit. After Mr. Levchenko takes over, Mr. Ignatsky arranges a few inspections. Mr. Chibatar arranges a few inspections. Then the permit switches over to Julia Chibatar on March 8th of 2021. Both Mr. Ignatsky and Mr. Chibatar arranged for inspections made while Ms. Chibatar is named as the responsible contractor. Then about a month after she takes over the permit, her license is suspended. And 2 weeks after that, Mr. Levchenko takes over for his second stint as the responsible contractor on this permit.
Now, I want to go back to something that you mentioned earlier. As you said earlier, who did L&I find was servicing the builder warranty for this property?
Yeah, I interviewed the purchaser of this property who informed me that Mr. Chibatar had serviced the builder warranty and represented himself as the.
I'm just going to object to that as hearsay. I mean.
So noted. Mr. Fernandez, is this part of it? Do you have any kind of written statement from this homeowner?
I don't, but when I interviewed Mr. Chibatar in July of 2021, he acknowledged servicing the builder warranties.
Same objection.
All right, so noted. I'll overrule that then. All right, thank you. Please proceed.
At this time, I'm showing Mr. Fernandez what has been previously marked as City's Exhibit D3. I'm just going to scroll down really quickly. Mr. Fernandez, can you see my screen? I may need to zoom out a little bit.
I can, yes.
Okay. Again, we have a similar information as to the prior properties. Can you inform the board what property this information is in regards to?
Yes, so this one's actually a little bit of an outlier because when this permit is issued in September of 2019, Mr. Chibatar is not, he's not the contractor on this permit. In fact, Kazim Kupa was named as the responsible contractor initially. And that also means that that red cell you see marked March 9th, 2020, it's actually a little bit of an error on my part. I mentioned before that red means that the contractor responsible for the permit was suspended. In this instance, we note that Mr. Chibatar's license was suspended on that date, but he was not at the time affiliated with the permit. However, shortly after, or not shortly after, months later, May 2020, an inspection request is made. The number affiliated with the inspection request is the number for G&J Group LLC, which is a contractor that Mr. Chibatar has a longstanding. He has a longstanding relationship with that contractor. Then in October 2020, G&J Group takes over as the contractor on the permit. Then the following day, it switches over to one of Mr. Lewandowski's companies, LA 88 Services. Then in November, it switches over to Mr. Levchenko. And after that, a number of inspection requests are made with Mr. Ignatsky's number as the contact number. Then in May of 2021, it switches, then after May of 2021, there's a long gap with no activity, after which it switches to BI Direct. And then Mr. Ignatsky makes a number of inspection requests while BI Direct LLC is the contractor responsible for the permit.
And just to, remind to remind this to the board, Mr. Agnotsky, is he employed by Mr. Levchenko?
No, Mr. Levchenko acknowledged that Mr. Ignatsky is one of Mr. Chibatar's managers and also acknowledged that Mr. Chibatar pays Mr. Ignatsky rather than Mr. Levchenko paying Mr. Ignatsky.
At this time, I want to show Mr. Fernandez what has been previously marked as City's Exhibit D4, and also want to let the record reflect that these highlighting markings were put on this exhibit by the city as the original document did not contain these this highlight. Mr. Fernandez, do you recognize Exhibit D4?
Yes, this is an access and indemnity agreement signed by, I guess, Combat Plumbing and the neighbor of the 2208 Coral Street job site, 2206 Coral Street. Access agreements are commonplace whenever you need to go onto a neighbor's property to complete construction, or perhaps when there's a heightened risk of adverse effects to a neighboring property and the two neighbors want to kind of set some parameters on the onset about, you know, how things will go down with that construction.
And can you tell the board who were the parties to this agreement?
Well, the parties to the agreement were Ashley Burrows, the neighbor at 2206 Coral Street, and Combat Plumbing Incorporated.
Now I just want to scroll down to page 40, go down to the bottom of this agreement. Can you tell the board who signed this agreement between the property owner of 2206 Coral and Combat Plumbing?
I'm going to object, unless if he knows who signed it.
I'd like him to represent the signature on the page.
Yeah, the signature, it's not super legible to me, but it appears to be Ilya Chibatar. However, of course, as we can all see, the type under it, or the text under it says Ilya Chibatar, member of Combat Plumbing Incorporated.
Thank you, Mr. Fernandez. I am now showing Mr. Fernandez what has been marked as City's Exhibit D5. I'm just going to briefly scroll through this. Mr. Fernandez, do you recognize Exhibit D5?
Yes, this was an email chain that was forwarded to me by an attorney that I was acquainted with from my time at the law department. We got in contact with him about Coral Street, and he essentially sent me the email correspondence through which that agreement that we just saw on the screen was executed.
Okay. Now, were these emails sent after Mr. Levchenko took over the permit for 2208 Coral Street?
Yes, at the time, Mr. Levchenko was on paper the responsible contractor.
Okay. Now, after your review of this exhibit, was Mr. Levchenko CC'd on these emails regarding this property?
He was not.
Can you tell the board who was CC'd?
Yes.
Objection as to relevance.
Yeah, Ms. Davis, what's the relevance?
Yes, yes, board members, if I may proffer, our basis, our theory today is that Mr. Chibatar was working underneath the permits that were issued to Mr. Levchenko. As previously stated, Mr. Levchenko is a sole proprietor, yet it is our belief that Mr. Chibatar was working underneath these permits, in particular with this line of questioning regarding the property located at 2208.
Specifically this email though.
This email, yes, if I may, this email pertains to the work that was done at 2208 Coral Street, in which Chibatar was CC'd and not the person or the contractor that possessed the permit at that time, which is Levchenko.
Okay, I have some additional inquiry though. This particular attorney, what is his role in this matter? Who's he representing?
He was representing Ms. Burrows, the owner of 2208 Coral Street.
Okay, now was he providing support in negotiating the agreement with the contractor? Was he negotiating on her behalf for this contract that was previously shown, this agreement?
Yes, I believe so. I believe that he was the attorney who arranged to have that access agreement executed. And I believe he provided it to me after the fact, after it had been.
And Ms. Davis, what is the conclusion, if any, in this email?
The conclusion, we're just showing this email we're demonstrating that through this email that Mr. Levchenko, who who was responsible for the permit for the work that was done at Coral Street, was not CC'd at all throughout the correspondence with regards to the property owner and the work that was done. It
Okay,
was-
but if
yes.
the email isn't directly bearing on the construction work at the location, who was CC'd is irrelevant. That's why I'm asking.
If I may just briefly respond.
Yes.
It is our position that despite Mr. Chebatar not being a licensed contractor, that he was still working underneath, despite his license being suspended, that he was still working underneath Levchenko's permit with regards to this particular property.
I get that. I understand that. What I'm saying to you is this specific email, unless there's something in this email that supports that theory, then what's the point of it? Mr. Stanwood's objection is noted. If there's nothing in here that says anything about that.
Well, if I may, the subject line specifically states the address in question.
Okay, and what else in it that says that has anything to do with these contractors?
I'm just going to object to all of it, including the subject line, just because it's all hearsay. We don't have no.
Well, hearsay is okay in administrative hearing. We accept hearsay, but I'm specifically want to know how this particular email supports the position. It has to have some relevance.
Members of the board, if I can address that briefly, we're not talking about hearsay. Hearsay is about proving the content
I've
of
already
these emails.
overruled.
That's-
I've already overruled that.
But that's
particular
not what we're talking about. What we're talking about is who is at the table discussing this. So you have
Understood, but
you have Christopher Dean, the attorney for two.
Mr. Cohen, listen, I want you and Ms. Davis to direct me to the section of this email that references work at that project or who's responsible. If there's nothing in it that talks about that, then what's the relevance?
Page.
I mean, then not you,
Sorry,
Mr. Fernandez, Mr. Cohen or Ms. Davis.
Mr. Fernandez, if I may ask my witness a question.
Sure.
Mr. Fernandez, can you tell the board within this document, what page can we, were you informed that Mr. Chebatar was working on this property underneath Levchenko's permit?
Yeah, there's a few indications in these series of emails that point to that.
Just note my objection for the record.
Yes, sir. So noted.
Beginning on page 57 of the packet, I believe the very first email, which is sent from Christopher Dean, the attorney for the neighbor at 2208 Coral Street, to Leo Mulvihill, the attorney who is representing Mr. Chebatar. The subject line is Vertex 2206 to 2210 Coral Street initially. In that email, he says, Ilya gave out his card to my client and indicated he was beginning work at the lot in question. Should you not be representing Vertex, or he is not affiliated with 2208 Coral, please let me know. There's a follow-up email immediately after that where Mr. Dean requests the certificate of insurance. After that, Leo Mulvihill responds saying, see below. I believe there's probably an attachment to that with the certificate of insurance. And then a few emails after that, scrolling up to page 54, the email dated Wednesday, May 19th, 2021, 5:16 p.m. Mr. Boris Kaiserman, who was the owner of these properties and is based out of, I believe, New York, I think Staten Island, says, thanks, Ilya will take care of it tomorrow. Ilya Chebatar is not copied on this email. He's one of the recipients of this email. And then after that, there's some confusion because Mr. Dean, Christopher Dean, says, I've reviewed the certificate of insurance, but it looks like the insured is Combat Plumbing and not the GC here. Is Combat the general contractor? If so, we are good. Let me know. Boris Kaiserman then says Combat Plumbing is the general contractor on this permit. And then later, when the agreement is executed, it does say Combat Plumbing Inc., but Mr. Chebatar signs off as a member of Combat Plumbing.
Okay.
So that is how we.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
If I may say one other thing, of course, jumping out from this is that Mr. Levchenko is nowhere to be found on this email correspondence that deals with exactly the kind of issue that a general contractor frequently encounters and has to solve, which is working out disputes with neighbors.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Okay, at this time, I'm showing Mr. Fernandez, what has been previously marked as City's Exhibit E3. Mr. Fernandez, can you explain to the board what we have here?
Yes, this is the same chart for the permit number 996488 issued for 1534 West Stiles Street. It's issued in November of 2019. Then 4 months later, the contractor responsible for the permit, Mr. Chibatar, his license is suspended. 5 months after that, the permit goes to Julia Chibatar. While Julia Chibatar is the responsible contractor, a number of inspections are requested using Mr. Chibatar's cell phone number and Mr. Ignatsky's cell phone number. Then in November of 2020, the permit goes from Ms. Chibatar to Mr. Levchenko. There's an inspection request using Mr. Chibatar's cell phone number under Levchenko. Then there's an inspection request made using Mr. Ignatsky's number under Levchenko. Then in March of 2021, about 3 months after those inspection requests, the permit flips back over to Julia Chibatar, but just 3 weeks later, Ms. Chibatar's license is suspended. So then it goes back to Mr. Levchenko 2 weeks after the suspension notice, where it remains inactive for about 5 months, after which it switches over to BI Direct LLC. And then Mr. Ignatsky makes some inspection requests while the permit is held by BI Direct LLC.
Now, was this work site and permit number specifically cited in that notice, in the notice of suspension for Ilya and Julia Chibatar?
Yes, this is another one that goes back to the very first action, the initial notice of suspension as a site where unsafe excavation practices occurred.
At this time, I'm showing Mr. Fernandez what has been previously marked as City's Exhibit F3.
Yes, so this is same thing except for permit number RP 2020-015-355 issued for 1905 East Herald Street. Very quickly, I'll just say that the change in permit numbering schemes indicates that this permit was issued after Hanson was retired and Eclipse became LNI's main data system.
Now, I know this exhibit has November 17th, 2022 listed, but to your knowledge, has this permit been finalized yet?
I have to admit that I did not check to verify whether this permit had been finalized since November 17th, 2022. But on that date, I recall very clearly checking and seeing that the permit had remained inactive since February 2022.
Okay. And what happens when a permit hasn't been finalized?
Well, after enough time, I think 6 months is the period of time, LNI has the discretion to essentially close out the permit for lack of activity, expire the permit, it's typically referred to as. So, when you're working on a permit, you have to work expeditiously and diligently and complete the work. If not, again, it's at the inspector and supervisor's discretion, but if not, you risk having the permit expired.
So when working on a property and a permit not being finalized, what, if any, impact does that have on a certificate of occupancy?
Well, for new construction, of course, a certificate of occupancy will not be issued until the permit is finalized and we are 100% sure that the building is safe and suitable for occupancy.
Now, is it the general contractor's responsibility to finalize a permit and obtain a certificate of occupancy?
Certainly before they knowingly allow the property to be occupied. The responsibility is shared by the owner of the property, but the responsible contractor, they can't induce someone to violate the administrative code provision that requires a CO to be issued prior to occupancy of any new construction.
And does that also generally happen before a property is put up for sale?
In my experience, sometimes if everything but the very last final inspection has occurred, a property will go up for sale and then the certificate of occupancy will be issued during the pendency of the sale. However, most mortgage servicers require proof of a certificate of occupancy existing for the property prior to issuing a mortgage for the property. So, we pretty much always see the CO issued prior to settlement. And in the grand majority of cases, the CO is issued either prior to or shortly after a property gets listed for sale.
Okay, at this time, I just want to show Mr. Fernandez what has been marked as City's Exhibit F4. Mr. Fernandez, do you recognize this exhibit?
Yes, this is a Redfin listing showing that 1905 East Harold Street is on the market and has been on the market since, I believe, I don't see it right now, but if I recall, March of 2022 is when it was.
Scroll right down for you.
Yeah.
To see it.
Yeah, so this shows that 1905 East Harold Street was listed on March 24th, 2022. I can see from the date stamp on the page, and I recall that this listing was observed on November 17th of 2022.
And one second. And to your knowledge, as of November 17th, 2022, the permit had not been finalized.
That's correct.
And therefore, no certificate of occupancy has been obtained.
That's correct. As of that date, that is correct.
As of that date, yes. So I'm now showing, my apologies. I'm now showing Mr. Fernandez what has been marked as City's Exhibit G3.
Before you proceed further, I'd like the record to note that Ralph Pincus has had to leave the proceedings for the rest of the day. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Take care, Mr. Pincus.
Thank you, Mr. Pincus.
Thank you, Mr. Pincus.
May I proceed, Chairman?
Yes, please.
Looking at Exhibit G3, can you let us know what we're seeing here?
Yes, this is the chart for 1907 East Harold Street, permit RP 2020-015363.
And can you explain to the board, or just briefly describe to the board, who took over this permit and when?
Yeah, so this permit was issued on March 16th, 2021. And when it was issued, Ms. Chibatar was named as the responsible contractor. However, I will add that when the application for this permit was submitted to the department, it initially listed Mr. Levchenko as the prospective responsible contractor. However, while the permit was being reviewed, the application was amended to remove Mr. Levchenko and add Ms. Chibatar. So Ms. Chibatar is technically the first contractor of record when this permit is issued. During that initial period where Ms. Chibatar is the responsible contractor, inspections are requested using Mr. Chibatar's and Mr. Ignatsky's phone number. Then in April, Ms. Chibatar's license is suspended. Then, for a reason I'm not entirely sure of, an inspection was allowed to be scheduled before a different contractor was named on the permit. There might have just been an administrative delay in actually freezing this permit after the suspension. Regardless, 2 days after, Mr. Ignatsky requests another inspection. Then 2 weeks after that, April 29th, Mr. Levchenko returns to this permit, I guess takes over the permit for the first time after it was issued. And then Mr. Ignatsky schedules a number of inspections for the approximately 7 months following Mr. Levchenko's return to the permit.
So just to clarify, between April 29th, 2021 and December 1st, 2021, Mr. Levchenko did not call for a single inspection underneath this permit, correct?
Mr. Ignatsky's phone number was used as the contact number for all 6 inspections that were requested and executed during that period.
At this time, I'm showing Mr. Fernandez what has been marked as City's Exhibit H3. And if you can briefly go through, let the board know what we see here in Exhibit H3.
Yeah, same table. This one for 521 West Norris Street, permit RP 2020-010824. This property was also owned by Ilya Ehrlich in a sole capacity. When the permit is issued, Ms. Chibatar is the responsible contractor. Mr. Chibatar requests the initial inspection. Then in November of 2020, the permit switches over to Mr. Levchenko. At that point, Mr. Chibatar requests the foundation footing inspection and a few other inspections, even though for reasons that are probably my fault, those following two are not highlighted yellow. I believe they should be. In fact, the next four are all scheduled using Mr. Chibatar's phone number because I believe that was prior to the hearing where we essentially revealed that we were using the contact numbers to investigate these permits. Then in March of 2021, Ms. Chibatar takes over the permit from Mr. Levchenko. Before any inspections can be conducted, her license is suspended. Mr. Levchenko, 9 days later, goes back onto the permit. Then Mr. Ignatsky requests 2 inspections in the next couple of months. Then in October 2021, it goes back to BI Direct LLC, after which a couple of inspections are scheduled using Mr. Ignatsky's phone number.
And just for the record, can you state what the permit number is regarding to the property at 521 West North Street?
Yes, it's RP 2020-010824.
At this time, I'm showing Mr. Fernandez what has been marked as City's Exhibit I3. Mr. Fernandez, can you tell us what Exhibit I3 is? Well, what the property in question with regards to Exhibit I3?
Yeah, this table is for the permit issued for 523 West Norris Street. The permit number is RP 2020-010933.
And who originally was responsible for this permit?
Yeah, so Mr. Ehrlich is again the owner of this property. Ms. Chibatar is she's the initial responsible contractor when the permit is issued in October of 2020. While she's the responsible contractor, Mr. Chibatar schedules an inspection. Then a month later, or 3 weeks later, more like 2 weeks later, Mr. Levchenko takes over the permit for the first time. After that, Mr. Chibatar requests the foundation footing inspection. Then a few months later, the permit goes back to Ms. Chibatar, after which Mr. Ignatsky requests 2 inspections in the next couple of weeks. Then after Ms. Chibatar's license is suspended in April of 2021, the permit goes back to Mr. Levchenko. At that time, Mr. Ignatsky Mr. Ignatsky requests 2 of the subsequent 5 inspections. I will note here, I made sure to list it on the page, to be fully transparent. Mr. Levchenko requested 2 of the pre-final walkthrough inspections associated with this permit. We didn't find a lot of records where Mr. Levchenko requested or facilitated any of the inspections. So, I wanted to be sure to note that in this instance, he did request 2 of the 5 inspections that occurred during his second stint as the contractor responsible for this permit.
Thank you, Mr. Fernandez. At this time, I'm showing Mr. Fernandez what has been marked as City's Exhibit J3. Mr.
Yes.
Fernandez, what property is Exhibit J3 in reference to?
Yeah, this table is for the permit issued at 1956 North Oriana Street. The permit number is 981479.
And who was initially responsible for this permit?
Yeah, this permit's from back in July 2019 when it was issued. Vertex, Mr. Chibatar was the responsible contractor.
And at what point did Mr. Levchenko become responsible for this permit?
So this permit, after Vertex, it goes to Hammers Contractors, which is Mr. Lewandowski, who I've mentioned, siding specialist who worked under Mr. Chibatar at a number of jobs. After Hammers is on the permit for a few months, it switches over to Mr. Levchenko in November of 2020.
And while Mr. Levchenko was the responsible party for this permit, can you tell the board if did anyone else outside of Mr. Levchenko call for inspections regarding this permit?
Yeah, there were 2 inspection requests made while Mr. Levchenko was the responsible contractor. One was from Mr. Levchenko and the other was with Mr. Chibatar's phone number as the contact number.
At this time, I'm showing Mr. Fernandez what has been marked as City's Exhibit K3. Mr. Fernandez, can you see this exhibit? in
Yes.
full? Okay, and what property is exhibit K3 referencing?
This is the table that I created for 416 Hoffman Street. The permit number is RP 2020-013033.
And can you tell the board who initially was responsible for this permit?
Ms. Chebatar was the responsible contractor when the permit was initially issued.
And when did Mr. Levchenko obtain responsibility for this permit?
He takes over the permit about 2 weeks after Ms. Chebatar's license was suspended.
And during this time that Mr. Levchenko was the responsible party for this permit, can you tell the board who called for inspections and when?
Yeah, this is another one of the properties where we see a couple of inspection requests that Mr. Levchenko is facilitating. It looks like 3 of the approximately 12 inspections were coordinated by Mr. Levchenko. While Mr. Levchenko was the responsible contractor, we can see that Mr. Ignatsky coordinated 2 of the inspection requests.
Thank you, Mr. Fernandez. I have nothing further for this witness. I'm going to stop sharing my screen at the moment.
I will also add, if I may, I'm sorry.
No,
Mr. Fernandez, wait a minute.
Give me a
Just
second.
In your role as a witness, Mr. Fernandez, just hold on until the attorney calls you in, okay?
Yeah, Mr. Fernandez, do you have anything else to tell the board with regards to this matter today?
Yes, I would just mention that my interview with Mr. Levchenko was conducted in mid-July 2021. And starting on July 22nd, 2021, we see an uptick in the number of inspections that are being coordinated by Mr. Levchenko directly. I think July 15th was the date when I interviewed Mr. Levchenko. It might have been July 8th, but somewhere around there, early to mid-July.
Thank you, Mr. Fernandez. I have no further questions.
Thank you. Mr. Samuel, do you have any cross-examination?
Yeah, I do. Thank you.
Okay.
Okay, Mr. Fernandez, just on that last point, when you said there was an uptick in the inspections that were initiated by my client, that's what he's supposed to do. Is that right?
That's correct.
Okay, maybe you even told him that that's what he's supposed to do in that phone call, correct, or in that interview?
Yeah, I'm sure that we discussed Mr. Ignatsky's role in coordinating inspections, and I'm sure he got the impression that we were concerned about that happening.
So he was acknowledging the city's concerns, LNI's concerns, and he was acting accordingly, right? I mean, wouldn't that be the ultimate goal?
Yes, I'm glad that he was coordinating those inspections.
Okay, now on direct with Mr. Cohen as well as Ms. Davis, I think you told us a lot of like the typically, you use that word a lot typically, right? Do you recall that?
Yes.
When you use that word typically, you're talking about almost all the construction that you investigate, right?
That's correct. It's based on my experience.
Yeah. But can we agree that in this, these 10 properties specifically, these are not typical constructions, right?
I would agree with that, yes.
Yeah. So all the testimony that you gave about what a contractor should do typically really doesn't apply to these situations. You'd agree?
The reason that I was talking about what typically happens is because I was drawing a contrast from the observations I made here, which contributed to my ultimate conclusion that Mr. Levchenko was not acting as the responsible contractor for the new construction permits, and that Mr. Chebatar remained involved with the construction authorized by those permits.
Okay, but I mean, what I'm getting at is you're almost making an apples and oranges comparison, because when you use the word typically, you're talking about, let's say a job that starts, the general contractor gets the permit, no suspension or revocation occurs for that general contractor, and then he finishes the job and closes out the permit, right? That's kind of the typical model you're talking about, right?
Yeah, but I wasn't really talking about the sequence of progression on the permits. I was more talking about, to the best of my recollection, what a contractor actually does in their role as the responsible contractor.
Agreed, 100% agreed. But my point is what a contractor does in the job that you're kind of referencing as the typical job is not one where this license gets suspended or revoked, correct?
Sure, I think I can agree to that, yeah.
Yeah, so in this, with these specific properties, and I'll just speak generally about, all 10 of them, because you would agree that they started with Mr. Chivitar or maybe, some other entity with pulling the permit, right? Then Mr.
Yes.
Chivitar gets suspended and revoked. We know that, right?
Correct.
Then at some point, either, after his daughter checks in, then my client checks in. Something has to occur with that project, right? I mean, it can't just stop there and pull the plug, right? I mean, we're gonna have a lot of problems if that happens. Agreed?
Yeah, we expect the permits to eventually be completed, of course.
Yeah. Does the city also, or does L&I also expect that all the contracts have to be rewritten?
Well, if the contracts are with the responsible contractor, and that responsible contractor is no longer authorized, excuse me, to engage in construction, then I think, yes, it would be appropriate to have new contracts with a new responsible contractor.
Okay, but are you telling us that invalidates the underlying contracts? Do you know that?
I'm going to object to that question on
Yeah,
the
Mr.
basis of
Stanwood,
just calling for
yeah.
legal speculation.
Yeah, Mr. Stanwood, you will have an opportunity to put on your case and make your argument. But this instance, if you would narrow in on what he's actually testified to.
Okay. With regard to the 10 properties that you showed us, you gave us, with each exhibit that had your summary there. In any of those exhibits, did you determine whether Mr. Chivitar was not an owner of any of those properties?
During my interview with Mr. Chivitar, I asked him about his involvement with the properties, and he referenced, I work with the owner. I'm part of an ownership group. I have an informal agreement with the owner to act on their behalf. To the best of my recollection, I don't believe he was part of any of the company. You might have seen some of the company names. Lions Guard was one, and there were a few others. To the best of my recollection, he wasn't a formal member of any of those companies or otherwise an owner of any of the properties.
Well, my question is, how do you know that? Did you do any investigation to prove that?
I asked him about it.
Okay, so but you're telling us that he told you that he had ownership interests in at least some of them. That's what I'm asking you.
Well, he said that he was basically partners with the owners, and even if they weren't on paper, if he wasn't the formal owner, that he was basically, acting on behalf of the owners.
Okay, and so my question then again is, did you do any investigation to disprove those statements?
No, we had no reason to.
Well, as owner, doesn't he have, doesn't an owner have a certain amount of control and responsibility in any contract job?
The owner, yes, but he was not the owner, and I did not feel compelled to research and attempt to swat down the proposition that he was an informal owner, because
that's not what I'm asking. That's not what I'm asking you. I'm asking you if an owner does have responsibility in a job.
Yes, an owner may not engage in construction, but they're ultimately the owner of the parcel. And so, they're through the contractor, of course, going to be involved indirectly.
You say an owner cannot be engaged in construction?
That's correct.
An owner can't go in and apply for a permit.
That's not engaging in construction. The code requires a license to engage in construction. You can submit a permit application as an owner.
Okay.
That's specifically.
So an owner can get the license and engage in construction, right?
Yes, an owner can become a contractor and work on their own property. Of course, that's common.
Okay. With regard to the inspections that you performed, the on-site inspections, did my client meet you at any of those inspections?
Yes.
all the
Oh, I'm
properties?
sorry. I'm sorry. Your client is Mr. Levchenko, of course. I don't have any direct knowledge that he did, but I would assume from the fact that some of those inspections listed him as the contact number that he probably did.
Okay. So you're saying that those inspections wouldn't have been done by you? You were just doing the investigations, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. So just to make sure I understand, you have no reason to think that he wasn't there with the field inspector?
During our interview, he essentially said that Mr. Ignatsky would typically handle inspections, that that's one of the main things he did. And so I took away from that he would not be there for those inspections.
You're saying Mr. Levchenko would not be there for those inspections?
That was my understanding for the most part.
Okay, but again, you don't know if he actually wasn't there, correct?
I wasn't there for them, no.
Okay. You would agree that Mr. Levchenko was a subcontractor in the, at least with, well, strike that. Do you know if Mr. Levchenko was a subcontractor with any of these 10 properties prior to getting, prior to the revocation of Mr. Chibitar?
Yeah, during my interviews, it was established that Mr. Levchenko had served as the plumber at least a few of these properties, possibly up to all of them. I'm not entirely sure right now.
Okay. You told us about 1905 East Harold Street, that it was still on the market.
Yes.
How does that indicate that my client violated the city code? That's, I wasn't really quite sure of that.
It does not. It just shows that the property was put up for sale month and potentially on the road towards being occupied. Once a property is purchased, it's kind of the timeline is more or less typically set for that prior to a CO being issued. But it doesn't directly implicate your client in violations of the code.
Okay. That's all I have.
All right, thank you. Mr. Cohen, do you have any additional witnesses?
I have brief redirect of this witness, and then we can ask to enter some exhibits.
Okay. What I'm asking because what I want to do is after you've done that, we will take a short break and then we'll come back and ask Mr. Stanwood to put his case on.
Okay.
Thank you. That makes sense.
Okay.
Then I will keep this very brief. Director Fernandez, Mr. Stanwood asked you a bunch of questions about what is typical, what is typically done at these types of sites. But when you and your investigative unit finds this much atypical at these sites, what conclusion do you draw?
Objection. That question's leading. The word atypical has not been mentioned till today.
The word atypical is the inverse of the word typical that you used at least 5 or 6 times during your question.
Let me rule on Mr. Stanwood's objection. Mr. Stanwood, I heard your objection, so noted. It's overruled. Please proceed.
Yeah. So I think a way to summarize it would be all of these practices that are pretty strong departures from normal contracting practices. Each one individually might not be sufficient to render a conclusion, but all of them in conjunction with what we learned in the interviews, which was really key, the continuing subcontractors without any change in pay arrangements or actual contracts, et cetera. Those all just strengthened.
I'm going to object. I'm just going to interpose an objection. He's about to make a conclusion, and that's for the board, not for this witness.
So noted.
Has the board ruled on the objection?
No, I'm overruling the objection. I just
Okay,
want you.
so never mind. Thank you.
Yeah, so all of those data points combined with what we learned in the interview, they all pointed to the conclusion that clearly Mr. Chibitar continued to have, at the very least, a moderate involvement in the continuing construction at these sites, which was a violation of the Philadelphia Code. And given Mr. Levchenko's acknowledgement that he was aware that Mr. Chivitar was under suspension at the time he took possession of these permits, that's what led us to issue violations to Mr. Levchenko as well.
And you had mentioned in response to one of Mr. Stanwood's questions that an owner may not engage in construction without a contractor's license. Does that also apply to an owner whose license is suspended or revoked?
Yes, if your license is suspended or revoked, you don't have a license and you can't engage in any of the activity that requires that license. So that's exactly correct. If your license is not active, you cannot engage in construction.
Thank you very much, Director. At this time, the city would like to move the following exhibits into evidence. And Mr. Stanwood, if you'd like, we can put the table of contents back on the screen. We can sort of go over them one by one.
Yeah, that'd be good. Thanks.
All right, looking at the second page of the city's exhibits packet, we're looking to enter exhibits B3, C3, D3, D4, D5, E3, F3, and F4. And are there any objections to those exhibits? And I can scroll up or down, just let me know.
I don't think so. Let me just double check my notes. No objection.
Thank you.
So, okay,
And then on the next page, page 3 in the packet, exhibits G3, H3, I3, J3, and K3. The city moves to enter those exhibits.
No objection.
so moved.
And thank you very, very much. I'll stop sharing my screen and we can all take a well-deserved break.
Okay, we're going to go off the record for 10 minutes, so we go back on the record.
I'm ready.
Okay,
I'm ready,
thank you.
Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Mr. Cohen, you're ready, and Ms. Davis is ready, okay?
Yes, Chair.
Mr. Stanwood, it's your turn.
Okay, thank you. I will call Andrei Levchenko, please.
Okay, Mr.
I'm here.
Levchenko, I'll need you to be sworn. Raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm the testimony you give today be the truth to help you God?
I do.
All right, thank you. You can place your hand down. Mr. Stanwood?
Thank you, if I may. Okay, Mr. Levchenko, just a little background by you. You're in the tell the board your background in the construction business.
I came to the United States in 1994, started doing construction. I had the general contractor license in New York, and it lasted till 2001. 2001, I joined the United States Army, was out of the business from 2001 to 2005. Cannot serve the military because I was wounded during my deployment in Iraq. Then I moved to Philadelphia, started working in the construction business as well, and work till present.
Okay, and what year did you move to Philadelphia, if you remember?
2005, July 4th, 2005.
Okay, and what licenses do you hold from the city of Philadelphia?
A master plumber license and a general contractor license.
Okay, and you've had them since 2005?
Negative, sir.
Okay. Currently, though, you hold both of those licenses?
Roger.
And did you tell us that you had any licenses in New York?
Roger.
What
That
licenses?
was a general contractor license.
Okay, thank you. Do you still hold that license, or is that expired?
I'm just going to object to the
Expired.
questioning of the licensing that he holds with regards to New York. That's
Okay.
not relevant to today.
I'll withdraw it. Now, let's fast forward to these properties we're talking about. There's 10 properties that you heard the L&I, Mr. Fernandez, talk about today, right?
Yes.
You're familiar with all those properties, is that right?
Yes.
So I'm going to ask you general questions because I think they're going to be applicable to all the properties, okay?
Yes,
These properties were originally contracted by Mr. Chibatar, right?
yes,
You heard that testimony and you have nothing to disagree with regard to that,
no
right?
objection.
Now, how long have you known Mr. Chibatar?
I would say for more than 5 years.
And what's your, you've done contracting work for him, is that right?
Roger.
Now, outside of these 10 properties, what type of contracting work, if any, have you done for him?
Yes, I did plumbing. Pretty much most of his project, I did the plumbing work.
Okay. And now with regard to these 10 properties, did you do plumbing on each of these?
On most of them.
Okay. At some point, you learned that Mr. Chibatar lost his license to his contracting license, correct?
Yes.
Okay. What was your understanding of what occurred?
Never told me any details. I know that he lost his license because of, don't remember. That was a long time ago and he mentioned that.
Okay.
Don't remember details.
And if I told you, I think we gave some dates, he was suspended March of 2020, and then it was revoked in July of 2021. That sounds about right?
I would say so.
Now, did you have ongoing plumbing contracts with Mr. Chibatar or any of his companies during July of 2021 when he was revoked?
Yes, I did.
Okay. Now, and just to be clear, the contracts that you had, were any of them completed or were they ongoing construction? And I'm asking about you specifically in your contract with those 10 properties. Were any of them?
If I may, can I just ask council to clarify, are we referring to the the plumbing work on these properties?
Yeah, that's what I'm asking, yeah.
Okay, I'm just going
Thank
to object to relevance with regards to the permit, with the plumbing permit, as the issue here today is in regards to Mr. Levchenko's contract.
Well, I didn't
Okay.
ask,
Well, I guess that we need, we need to make the distinction between his license as a general contractor and his license as a master plumber. And so the issue at hand is his ability to continue as a general contractor, correct?
Yes.
well, to start as a general contractor, I'm just trying to establish, and maybe council will agree, just to speed it along, that he was in active contracts as a plumber in these 10 properties when Mr. Chibatar was revoked.
I have no problem stipulating to the fact that Mr. Levchenko was hired as a plumber with regards to some of these properties.
Okay.
To the extent of how long these contracts were or whatnot, I will be objecting to any testimony with regards to
No,
that.
I'm just trying to make that clarification, just that he had an ongoing, he had a relationship with Mr. Chibatar at the time of the suspension. So what was your understanding, what would happen to those jobs that when Mr. Chibatar was revoked?
I didn't get the question.
What was your understanding in your role as a plumber performing plumbing services for these jobs when Mr. Chibatar's contract license was revoked?
I understand that I cannot proceed to work because the promise was stopped.
Okay, and did you stop working?
Yes.
And did you start working again?
So again, I'm going to.
Before you do that, just want to clear ourselves. Mr. Stanwood, are you asking, and wasn't clear myself on the questions. I just want to be clear. Are you asking Mr. Levchenko to tell you what impact his work as a plumber was the decision to revoke the general contractor's license? Because he works under a separate permit. He works under a plumbing permit that he pulls.
Yeah, but I mean, I think once the general contract gets revoked, he's got to stop. And I'm just trying to make sure. Isn't that what Mr. Fernandez told us?
We're talking about his general contractor's license, not his plumbing license.
No, I'm talking about his role as plumber in these jobs when Mr. Chibatar was revoked.
Okay, we'll need to make Because both licenses are under suspension, or revocation,
No, Chairman, just his general, his
contractor's
general,
license.
yes.
Yeah, so that's the only issue here. That's the issue, is the general contractor's license, not his plumbing license.
Okay. At some point, did you become the general contractor of these 10 projects?
I'm sorry, it was breaking up. For some reason, there was no, I didn't hear you.
At some point, did you become the general contractor of these 10 projects?
Yes, sir.
Tell us how that occurred.
Ilya asked me to take over the project as a project manager to complete the job site that he already ran, and that was in progress.
Do you know when that occurred?
Don't remember.
Do you know if it happened after his daughter was involved? If you know.
I believe so.
Okay. And what was your, what was your response to that? Did you agree to help Mr. Chibatar and become the general contractor?
Yes, I did.
Okay. With all of these jobs, with all these 10 properties, at what stage of the construction were they in?
Different stages, from the foundation to almost complete buildings.
Okay. Do you know why Mr. Chibatar approached you for this?
Just going to object as a cause for speculation.
I'm asking if he knows why.
Overruled. So move.
Do you know why Mr. Chibatar approached you for this?
There was several different reasons. One reason was the business. The job's supposed to be finished because he present himself as an investor, and he don't want to lose his money, and the jobs have to be completed.
And did you come to an agreement with regard to Mr. Chibatar and your role as general contractor with these jobs?
I would say not the general contractor, yeah, kind of general contractor, but the project manager, I would say that more.
Okay. And what was your understanding as your role as a project manager in these jobs?
Finish the projects. He already have subcontractors that already run the job. I mean, that was involved in that contracts.
Okay.
So I supposed to supervise. I supposed to enforce the code, the building code, and make sure the job is complete according to Philadelphia code.
Now, Mr. Fernandez said that he had talked to you about some of these jobs, if not all of these jobs. Do you remember?
I do.
He said that you had a lack of knowledge about these jobs that wasn't typical. Do you recall him saying that?
No.
Well, he indicated that you didn't have the typical knowledge that a general contractor has on construction projects.
Yeah, he mentioned that.
Now, with regard to, let's say, for example, the building materials that were used, tell us how the building materials in these specific jobs would be used in this project. Once you became the project manager.
I was making a list of the material that I need for the project or for the subcontractors, and I pass it to Ilya. Ilya, as the owner of the property, was passed it to the supply that he used to work with, and where he have a very nice discount because using a lot of money, buying a lot of the material. If I would do so, it will cost him way more because I don't have the established account for the building materials.
Okay. Do you have established accounts for plumbing materials?
Yes, I do.
But not overall, like the whole big.
Not for the building, not for
Okay.
the building material, because I don't purchase the building material often.
Right. I think that Mr. Fernandez said that you didn't know who the subcontractors were. Do you recall hearing him say that?
Yes, I hear him.
Is that true that you don't know who the subcontractors were?
It sounds nonsense to me because Mr. Fernandez admit that I was doing the plumbing work on those projects. And of course, I met all the subcontractors and I knew all the subcontractors. I couldn't tell him at the moment of the interview what's the name of the company because I don't remember all of them. but I know
Right.
every subcontractor that was involved in the project.
And just to be clear, we're in the 10 projects that you were project manager of, were they all the same subcontractors, mostly the same subcontractors, or completely different subcontractors? for
Mostly
those
the
10?
same subcontractors.
Okay. Now let me ask you about the inspections, the inspection process that Mr. Fernandez told us a little bit about. You understand you set up some of the, well, let me back up. Did you set up the inspections through the Eclipse system?
Yes, I did.
Tell us how you would do that.
I go to Eclipse. There is a section for the inspection. I click on that section, and there is a couple of boxes I have to check. First of all, the date and the time of the inspection, and then there is another box for the phone number, contact phone number for the inspector, because inspector doesn't have a specific time for the inspection. They have a 4-hour time frame, and they rather to call contractor like in about 10 or 15 or 30 minutes prior to let them know that they in the area.
Okay. Would you always use your phone number when you would set up these these inspections?
Negative.
Why
Negative.
not? Why not?
Because, like I say, I'm working for myself. I don't have any works, and I spent a lot of time on the phone talking to my customers. And that can put the inspection time on risk. If the inspector will call me, I would recognize the phone number. I won't be able to answer it. So in that case, just to be on the safe side, I use the Ignatsky's phone number, and I also use him as a runner. If I won't be able to come to the job site on time, he was covering for me. And he also been used by Ilya as a runner. So basically as a subcontractor. And as we talked before, we never changed the subcontractors on the job because they already was established. They have the relation and they ran the project nicely.
Okay. And as far as you knew, that was acceptable way to get the jobs completed. Is that right?
Yes.
Now, let me ask you this. What is Combat Plumbing? That's your company?
Yes.
Do you know what it is formed as? What type of company is it?
It's a plumbing company.
Is it a corporation? Is it an LLC?
Yes, it is.
Okay.
Incorporated.
Okay. And in what state is it incorporated?
Pennsylvania.
Okay. Are there any owners other than you?
My wife have a share in the company.
Okay. Does Mr. Chibatar have a share in the company?
Negative.
Did you ever authorize Mr. Chibatar to sign any documents on behalf of Combat Plumbing or any of your company?
Negative. Negative.
In fact, you heard the testimony and you saw a contract, is that right?
Yes, I did.
Did you know that Mr. Chibatar signed that?
No.
And did you give him any authority to sign that?
Negative.
So let me ask you this, with regard to when you became the project manager, did you ever permit any other person to use your name or, to operate under your construction company
Negative.
or under your permit?
Negative.
One second, if I could, panel.
Sure.
How many of these jobs did you bring to completion of the 10?
I have to check my record, cannot record.
Okay, but did you complete any of the jobs?
Yes, I did.
Okay, did you, in order to complete the jobs, did you ensure that the final inspections occurred?
Yes.
And to your knowledge, at least if you know of any of them, were the certificates of occupancy issued for them?
Yes.
Do you know which ones or how many?
I'm not sure it's on Ola Eclipse, on Eclipse. It's easy
Okay.
for everybody to check how many of them done, and beside that, the certificate of occupancy goes straight into my email from the LNI.
Okay. Just checking my notes if I could for a minute, panel.
Yes.
That's all I have.
Okay. All right, thank you. Mr. Cohen or Ms. Davis, who will take on the
Ms. Davis.
cross-examination?
It will be
Davis?
me, Chairman. If I
Okay.
can get my screen together really quickly.
Okay.
Hello, Mr. Levchenko.
How you doing?
I'm doing well. So as you stated on Direct, you are the owner of Combat Plumbing, correct?
Yes,
And you have no employees, that's correct?
that's correct.
Okay, and so to be clear, Ignosky is not your employee.
Correct.
Chebatar is not your employee.
I'm sorry, I was breaking up. Say it again.
Chebatar is not an employee of yours.
He's not.
Okay. And you stated that, are you the sole owner of Combat Plumbing?
I have my wife have a share in the company.
Okay. And you possess a plumbing license, as you stated,
Yes,
as well as a contractor's license.
yes,
And before you started your own business, you also spoke briefly that you worked for other people.
I'm sorry, I was breaking up
Prior
again.
to you obtaining your license here in Philadelphia, that you've done other work, correct?
Yes,
Okay. Now I want to talk briefly about your relationship with Mr. Chebatar and your former projects with Vortex, the company that Chebatar owns. And you stated that you are familiar with Mr. Chebatar.
yes,
You guys, you would agree, have a healthy, let's say, professional relationship.
yes,
And as you stated, you've done work with him regarding plumbing contracts.
that's correct.
Now, at the time of the projects in question, you were aware that Mr. Chebatar's license was suspended.
Yes,
You were aware, and aside, then you were asked to take over the permits that he once possessed regarding these 10 properties, correct?
yes,
And when he asked you to take over these properties, well, the permits regarding these properties, he didn't present to you any documentation or proof that he owned these properties, correct?
correct.
So at the time he asked you to take over these properties, his license was completely suspended.
Yes,
Brief moment. Now you stated that on Direct that these properties were in all various stages, correct?
yes,
And you also stated that there was a particular reason why Chebatar reached out to you to complete these projects.
I'm sorry, say it again.
Sure, I'll repeat the question. I actually strike that out, ask another question. You stated on Direct that the reason that Chebatar reached out to you was because he didn't want to lose his money on these projects. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And when you took over these projects, you didn't pay for these materials with regards to these projects, correct?
That's correct. A small thing. I kept paying for the plumbing material because it's a little bit different thing. But yes, I didn't pay for the building material.
So yes, so let me correct that. With regards to the building material, you didn't pay for that material.
I didn't pay for that material.
That material was paid by Mr. Chebatar.
That's correct.
Okay, and you were paid, and you also, you also spoke with Mr. Fernandez, as you stated, with regards to these properties, correct?
I did.
And you told Mr. Fernandez that for each project, you were paid a flat fee.
Yes,
But you didn't produce any agreement for your work with regards to these properties to Mr. Fernandez.
That's correct.
And you cannot produce an agreement with regards to the work that you've done to these properties today.
Today, not.
Okay. Now, there was a time when your relationship with Mr. Trebitar wasn't always amicable, would you say?
No, I don't understand that word. What?
I will ask another question. You were removed as a general contractor on former permits held by Mr. Trebitar due to payment disagreements, correct?
Objection is irrelevance.
Ms. Davis?
I'll move on.
Clarification?
Yes, I'll move on.
Okay.
I want to talk about your relationships with the subcontractors. Now, with regards to the 10 properties at issue today, you stated that you didn't hire these subcontractors, correct?
Correct. They already was there.
They were already there. These were contractors that Trebitar hired.
Say
Trebitar hired the subcontractors that were working on the 10 properties in question.
that's correct.
So you weren't in control of paying these subcontractors.
That's correct.
Trebitar was in charge of paying these subcontractors for this work,
That's correct.
even though you were the general contractor on these projects.
I'm sorry. I missed that part.
So Mr. Trebitar paid the subcontractors for the work on permits where you were the general contractor.
That's correct.
Okay. And you would agree that as a general contractor, one of your duties is to hire subcontractors for work.
Not agree.
So if you are the only person that is employed for your company, you would have to contract out that work to a subcontractor, correct?
Not correct.
So you would agree that you can complete the work yourself as a sole proprietor of your corporation. You can complete each property by yourself.
Objection.
But if you remember, I said I was hired as a project manager.
Overruled. I think we were speaking over each other. I think.
Yes.
Let's go back to that, please.
Yes, my question was, as a general contractor, if you are the sole proprietor or if you are the only contractor within your company, that you would need to hire other subcontractors to complete building work such as the work that was, done to these properties.
It depends on the situation. There is a different situation, different regulation.
Right. Okay. So let's talk about this situation with regards to.
Yeah, I'm sorry. This situation already took the running project when I had the subcontractors who performed the work and they stop on different stages, whether beginning, middle, or close to the end. In that situation, it's nonsense to fire those contractors or hire them if they already have the running contract with the owner of the property. We stop at that point. So, like I said before, I was hired to those jobs as a project manager because I didn't start contracts from the scratches.
So, as you stated that to you, it was nonsense to hire new subcontractors, especially if there was a running contract with the property owners of the property. That's what you said, correct?
Yes.
But earlier you would agree that Mr. Trebitar did not provide you any documentation to prove that he was the owner of these properties.
Since I don't have any financial responsibility over the subcontractors, I don't have to go through the contract with the subcontractors. I have to supervise them. That was my job. That's why they hire me.
Okay, now I want to go back to my question, Mr. Levchenko.
Yes.
Trebitar did not provide you with any documentation that proved that he was the owner of these 10 properties.
Negative. And I have to ask him for it. I believe in his word. That's enough for me.
Now, I'm sorry, can you either answer the question with a yes or no? He did not provide you with that?
He did not provide it to me.
And you did not ask him for that information?
I did not ask him for it.
Okay.
Counsel, when he said negative, that was the no.
Yeah, for
military man.
I got it. Now, I also want to talk about your relationship with Mr. Agnosky. You are familiar with Mr. Agnosky, correct?
Yes, I do know him.
Yes, and you know that he is one of Trebitar's managers.
I would say a runner, not a manager.
Well, he works with Chebatar, correct?
Yes,
And again, he's not one of your employees.
that's correct.
And and as you say, he was involved in some of the projects at issue that you took over for Mr. Chebatar.
Yes,
He called for some of the inspections regarding this permit.
negative. I did.
And so is your testimony today that you called for the permits, you called for inspections of the current permits at issue?
Yes, I did.
Even the permits that were even the calls that were made with using Ignacy's phone number?
Yes, I did. Because I just explained when I go on a Eclipse, and you know that better than me, there is a box that I have to check the date, time, and a phone number. And when I was requesting the inspection, I was putting his phone number because that was more convenient for me.
And you can't produce any proof that it was actually you calling for these inspections through Mr. Ignacy's phone number?
Same as you cannot prove that you never did it, because Eclipse, only the person, they have access to my Eclipse. Nobody else does.
And again, you cannot produce any proof today to show that it was you using Mr. Ignacy's phone number for these inspections, correct?
I cannot.
Okay. And you also attended some of the inspections for these permits, correct? I mean,
Yes, I
I'm
did.
sorry, I know you did. Strike that. Mr. Ignacy also attended some of these inspections.
Yes,
He also often spoke with some of the contractors on the site, correct?
not what I know.
Well, you didn't pay Mr. Ignacy for any work or any assistance that he provided you while you were the permit holder for these properties, correct?
Correct.
Now, Mr. Levchenko, you know what a builder warranty is,
Yes, I do.
and you provide a 1-year builder guarantee for the work that is done on your projects.
That's correct.
And you were made aware that Mr. Chebatar was putting his name on builder warranty paperwork for some of those projects.
I provided builder's warranty to Ilya Chebatar as owner of the property. And if he provided builder's warranty to the customers, that's not what I'm aware of.
So that's a yes, you were made aware that Mr. Chebatar was putting his name on builder warranty paperwork for some of these projects.
No,
No, I'm
objection. That's a no.
I'm sorry, I cannot hear his response.
I say
If you
no.
can hear, it's a big horn beeper behind me, my apologies. You said no?
Yeah, I say no.
Well, you were made aware that he was putting himself as a representative of Combat Plumbing, correct?
I'm not aware of it.
Well, you did hear the testimony from Mr. Fernandez.
Hearing the testimony and being aware is two different things. So the question was not correct.
I will be doing the questioning here, Mr. Levchenko, and I would really appreciate it if you can just give me a clear answer. So with regards,
I'm gonna object. He is giving a clear answer. She just doesn't like it.
Let's move on, Ms. Davis. Let's move on.
I move on. A brief moment, please.
Yes.
I have no further questions for the witness.
Okay, thank you. Ms. Cohen, any further questions?
Nothing for me, thank you.
Okay, Mrs. Stanwood, do you have any additional witnesses?
No, but can I ask if you want redirect?
Yes. But there may be some additional questions of Mr. Levchenko from other members of the board, though. So you may want to hold that until we do that.
Okay, we'll do that. No other witnesses.
Okay, Mr. Levchenko, I do have a couple of questions for you directly.
Yes, sir.
What is your understanding of your role as a project manager? What does that mean to you?
Supposed to supervise the job site, make sure the material was bought correctly, brings all the material to the job site on time, safety, pretty much it.
Okay, are you responsible for signing off on payment for contractors who are doing work on the site?
Negative.
Okay. If they aren't doing, if they don't complete the job properly and they're paid for it, would that be a problem?
Not mine.
Okay,
I report to the owner if the job is complete or not, and then they can pay. It's in between them and the owner.
okay. Do you, as a project manager, are you responsible for obtaining permits for work
Yes,
in your name,
yes,
even though you are not responsible for paying for the work that's being done?
it's a normal business, yes.
Is that something you do routinely, allow people to do work under your name?
Nobody works under my name.
Well, if you're the general contractor and they're doing the work, they're working under your name.
But I'm a supervisor on the project, sir. They're not using my name.
Okay.
They
All right.
pull in their
Now-
own permit for the trade that they do.
Well, not necessarily. I mean, some trade, only two trades that require specific projects in general would be plumbing and electrical and roofing. The other trades, carpentry, et cetera, general contractor does those. And so some of the footings and the other things, general contractor does that. But if you were to be the general contractor on a project, what would your role be? How would it be different?
If I would be a general contractor on the project from the beginning, I will hire the people. I will, first of all, that will be a totally different thing. I will hire the people. I will supervise the people. I will pay the people.
Okay. Do you regularly work as a project manager for other general contractors?
Negative.
Pardon me? I didn't hear the answer.
I say no.
Okay. How often have you done this for in this instance?
For Mr. Chibatari, I did it once.
Did it once, and that was for these 10 projects.
Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you. I don't have anything else. Anyone else have anything?
Yeah, Mr. Chair, I do. I'm sorry,
Yes.
someone else had a question.
Yeah, no, I just need to clarify his answer. Did you say I don't pay the people to the witness?
Yes, Mr.
Say it
Levchenko, I
again,
think his response that he does not pay the general contractor, subcontractors in this case.
Okay.
That's correct.
Okay. Mr. Lipchenko, you mentioned that no one does work under your contract, and subcontractors have to associate their permits in Eclipse under general contractor license. Are you aware of that?
That's correct.
Okay, so when you said no one works under your contract, you meant that you don't have anybody associating those subs on those particular jobs were not associated with your general contracting license, correct?
Correct.
Okay, so that meant they were associated, Mr. Shabator, correct? Or
I can loosen on this question.
you can say, okay.
Well,
All right.
when I say no, I meant nobody using my name to perform the work. So
Okay, all right.
basically, I supervise everybody, and like I say, yeah,
Okay, but in license inspections with permits and projects, general contractors required and all subcontractors, when they apply separately for their permits, in order for it to be approved, it has to be associated with the general contractor. If there's no general contractor to associate it with it, it's not issued. You're aware of that, correct?
well, when I
Okay.
took over, I'm sorry, sir. When I took over the project, I was assuming that everybody already on the Eclipse, they're already listed there.
Okay. My other question is regard to the fact that you made inspection appointments in the system. You also say that no one goes into your Eclipse account. So how
That's
did you
correct.
make an inspection for these projects for a general contractor whose permits were in his account?
The general contractors told me that they're ready for the inspection. And then I was making the inspection request.
But in order to do that, you must go into the general contractor's account to do so, because the permits are in his account.
Negative.
No, that's not a negative, sir. When the general contractor pulls a permit, the subcontractors come on board, they're associated in order to get it issued with that general contractor. So that contract and that permit is in that general contractor's Eclipse account, not anyone else's. In order to make an appointment, you must go in that account, correct?
I go into my account and I seen the type of the inspection listed on my Eclipse, and I request the inspection that I have to pass.
So you had access to his account is what you're saying, because they couldn't have been in yours because you're saying you were not the general contractor that pulled the permit.
I
And if
was the
you're
general-
saying that,
Yeah,
so
I
how
pull-
did they get into your account?
Who?
How did the subcontractors and the particular properties, 8 properties we have, get into your account that enabled you to make an appointment for inspection? You didn't
I can-
apply for the permit.
I'm confused on the question. I applied for the permit as a general contractor.
Oh, so you applied for the permit on these 8 cases?
Of course,
thought you
that's what we were
testified that-
talking on the beginning. No,
that
no, no,
you
no,
did
no. I,
not.
I never, that's what confused me, because I never testified that I never get the permits. All the permits on my name, that's what all about. That's why LNI trying to suspend my license, because Ilya Chebatary was working under my license. So basically, if he work under my license, that's mean I pulled the permit. Is that correct?
I understand. That's correct. That's a subcontractor associated. But if you're not on the permit as the GC, then you're only going to be in there as the subcontractor.
I
So
wasn't
how
a-
were the subcontractors associated with you as a sub, or were you a
I was a
plumbing
general
contractor or the general contractor?
I was
Okay.
a general contractor and I
All
was a
right.
plumbing contractor.
Okay, so then I have another question.
Yes,
How
sir.
are you, as Ms. Davis made clear, a one-man company that was doing the plumbing on 8 of these cases, as well as project managing a group of several subcontractors? That's a lot for one man to do. And there are MEPs here, and they're on different projects. And you said, and as stated here, the projects were in different stages all at one time. So how are you doing your subcontracting work, project managing, and general contracting all at once as a one-man company?
It's very easy.
It's so easy.
Yeah, it is.
Something has to get missed. Something has to get overlooked.
First of all,
Something doesn't get
we-
managed as carefully as it should.
Okay, first of all, you already identified me as a project manager. So
Well, that's
basically,
what
I
you
don't
stated
put,
you were.
I don't put the 2 2x4s together, right? I don't do the siding. The subcontractors was hired for that, and they already was a part of the contract that they took over. Personally, I did the plumbing work on all those jobs.
So if you took over as a general contractor, you verified all your subcontractors had the correct OSHA 10 and current and the liability insurance, as well as on their vehicles as well. You verified that as now being the general
Negative.
contractor responsible for that?
Negative, it's already been
Okay.
verified by the previous
But now you're
contractor.
the new contractor taking over. That's your responsibility. No further questions.
Thank you. Okay, if there are no further questions, what I'd like to add, Mr. Stan, will you have any redirect? If not, I'd like to give you a closing argument and then have Mr. Cohen or Ms. Davis, whoever's going to do it, give the closing.
I just a few follow-up questions if I could, and I'll
Sure.
be brief. With regard to your agreement with Mr. Chibatar, was there ever agreement in writing?
Yes,
Why don't you have that agreement in writing?
I do have an agreement in writing. It's somewhere in the boxes in the house. I'm on the middle of the renovation of my own house.
Okay, when I say why don't you have it, you don't have it in front of you today, is that right?
Roger.
Okay, did you look for it?
It's very hard. Like I say, it's so many boxes all over the house. It's somewhere in there.
Did you look for it?
Yes, I did.
Okay. Just to be clear, you were not the original general contractor on these projects, is that right?
That's correct.
You told us that when you used the word, it was a running project,
Yes,
meaning that you stepped in when?
on a different stage, on the different stages of the completion.
And you are already there as a subcontractor before that, is that right?
Yes,
Who was the general contractor when you were the subcontractor?
That was Ilya Chebotar, as I know.
Okay. He was the one who originally pulled the permits for the job, is that right?
That's correct.
Okay, and then just to be clear, nobody accesses your Eclipse account, is that right?
That's correct.
You didn't let anybody, and have you ever let anybody access your Eclipse account?
Negative, never.
Have you ever logged in on somebody else's Eclipse account?
Negative.
So counsel, Ms. Davis asked you if you had no proof that you used Mr. Ignaski's phone number. Do you remember her asking that?
Yes,
You don't have a printout of using the Eclipse system, is that right?
that's correct.
But you're under oath, say here today testifying, you're not going to lie and say that, something other than the truth, is that right?
That's correct.
That's all I have.
Is
All
it
right, thank
possible
you.
for a brief recross? Very
Brief, please.
Yes. Mr. Levchenko, you stated that there was an agreement between you and Chebotar, correct?
Correct.
And when Mr. Fernandez asked you about this agreement almost 2 years ago, you weren't able to produce that agreement.
I was.
You produced,
No, I never did. There is
Okay.
a words. Didn't have it or didn't provide it.
so
I didn't provide it.
you did not provide that agreement to Mr. Fernandez almost 2
correct.
years ago. And
That's
this is
correct.
your appeal, correct?
Yes,
You were aware that this hearing was coming up
yes,
and you have not to this day provided anyone with that agreement between you and Mr. Chebotar.
that's correct.
Okay, no further questions.
Okay, thank you. I think where we are now, though, Mr. Stanwood, if you have some closing argument, please do
Yeah.
that, and you'll be followed up by Mr. Cohen.
Thank you. With regard to that last point that council made, I mean, we understand the point, but again, he told us that there is a contract and he looked for it, not able to find it. But that doesn't really make or break the case one way or another. I mean, really what we look at here, there's a lot of information about Ilya Chebotar, Julia Chebotar. We know Ilya Chebotar's license was revoked. But the question here is, did Combat or did Mr. Levchenko, and I'll read the city code, did he sell, transfer, or otherwise allow another person or business entity to use a permit issued to him to perform construction work? And the answer is no. There's no evidence before the panel that occurred. In fact, Mr. Fernandez kind of told us, he said, he kind of made this aggregate opinion, to which I objected, by the way. But his position was looking at the totality of all of them. Therefore, Mr. Levchenko has done this. I mean, that's really the L&I's case here. And the thing that you have to understand, and we have to recall, this is not a typical construction job. None of these 10 are typical construction jobs. They are atypical. As Mr. Cohen points out, that's the opposite of typical. And I think we can clearly say these are atypical. These were up and running jobs, as Mr. Levchenko told us. That's his word. They were running contracts. He jumped in when Mr. Chebotar had a problem. I mean, I don't know, did he do everything right? I'm not sure. He's not an attorney. English is not even his first language. Put all that aside. The question really is, did he did he sell, transfer, or otherwise allow another person or business entity to use a permit issued to him to perform construction work? That's the violation. That's 7D of that section of the city code. And I submit to you, there's no evidence to indicate that. We certainly understand what the argument is, but again, we have to deal with the evidence, and it's not before the board. So we would respectfully request a decision in our favor. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Mr. Cohen.
Ms. Davis will be
I will
close.
actually be doing the closing, Mr. Chairman.
Okay, all right,
Yes.
thank you.
Yeah, and as opposing counsel just stated, he tried to talk about what makes or break the case, and that based upon the evidence that you should be voting in favor of the appellate. And I would certainly argue that that is not the case here. Though it is the burden of Levchenko to before this board, the city has certainly demonstrated as to why you should be ruling city affirm. We have shown you the countless exchanges between permits that involve Mr. Chebatar and Levchenko. We also demonstrated to you, through Mr. Levchenko's own testimony, the simple motive behind why he even took over these permits. As he stated in his own words, that Chebatar came to him for these permits, regarding these permits, so that Chebatar would not lose out on money. He also spoke about when he is a general contractor, that normally when he starts a job, he hires subcontractors. Here, everything points to the fact that he is just a body for this permit and is not controlling any of the moves that with regards to ensuring that these buildings are being built safely and in accordance to the Philadelphia Code. He is not buying the building materials. He is not calling for the inspections, even though he may claim to be using other people's phone numbers. We have demonstrated that there are times when Levchenko was the permit holder, that there were numbers exchanged between, there were numbers that belonged to Levchenko and numbers that didn't belong to Levchenko. And as he stated, he is the only person that is under this corporation. He doesn't have any employees. Chebatar is not an employee. Ignaski is not an employee. Yet you have seen their names countless times engaging in conduct that is prohibited, especially when their contractor's license were revoked and suspended. Levchenko informed you all that he was well aware that Chebatar's license was suspended and revoked. And for someone who has been doing this kind of work since 2005, for 18 years, that he should be well aware that when an individual's license is revoked, that they shall not be engaged in any such conduct that Chebatar has demonstrated. Therefore, the evidence presented to you today and a testimony given by Mr. Fernandez further demonstrates that Mr. Levchenko has allowed individuals such as Chebatar and Ignaski to work under his permit without having the proper contractor license, which is a violation of the Philadelphia Code. And for these reasons, we would be asking that you vote city affirm.
Okay, thank you very much. Having heard all the testimony and the arguments from council, what I would ask Mr. Wade, if you would call each case, and as you call each case by appeal number and address, the board will then vote before you move on to the next case. Okay. All right. I think we have at least one, maybe more of our board members who are muted. So Ms. Penn and Ms. Washington, in particular, you can unmute yourself. Thank you.
Case number 21, hearing appeal number HA 2021-005-005. Andrei Levchenko, Combat Plumbing, 1916 North Oriana Street.
City affirmed.
City affirmed.
City affirmed.
City affirmed.
Thank you.
Case number 22, hearing appeal number HA 2021-005-006. Andrei Levchenko, Combat Plumbing, 1956 North Ariana.
City affirmed.
City affirmed.
City affirmed.
City affirmed.
Thank you.
Case number 23, hearing appeal number HA 2021-005-010. Andrei Levchenko, Combat Plumbing, 1534 West Style Street.
City affirmed.
City affirmed.
City affirmed.
City affirmed.
Thank you.
Case number 24, hearing appeal number HA 2021-005-012. Andrei Levchenko, Combat Plumbing, 521 West Norris Street.
City affirmed.
City affirmed.
City affirmed.
City affirmed.
Thank
Case
you.
case number 25, hearing appeal number HA 2021-005-016. Andrei Levchenko, Combat Plumbing, 523 West Norris Street.
City affirmed.
City affirmed.
City affirmed.
City affirmed.
Thank you.
Case number 26, hearing appeal number HA 2021-005-018. Andrei Levchenko, Combat Plumbing, 1905 East Harold Street.
City affirmed.
City affirmed.
City affirmed.
City affirmed.
Thank you.
Case number 27, hearing appeal number HA 2021-005-019. Andrei Levchenko, Combat Plumbing, 1907 East Harold Street.
City affirmed.
City affirm.
City affirmed.
City affirm.
Thank you.
Case number 28, hearing appeal number HA 2021-005-020, Andrei Levchenko, Combat Plumbing, 416 Hoffman Street.
City affirmed.
City affirm.
City affirmed.
City affirm.
Thank you.
Case number 29, hearing appeal number HA 2021-005-021, Andrei Levchenko, Combat Plumbing, 2208 Carl Street.
City affirmed.
City affirm.
City affirmed.
City affirm.
Thank you.
Lastly, case number 30, hearing appeal number HA 2021-005-023, Andrei Levchenko, Combat Plumbing, 516 Winton Street.
City affirmed.
City affirm.
City affirmed.
City affirm.
Thank you. Thank you. I think that concludes those cases. Thank you, everyone, for your participation.
Yeah, and thank you to the panel for your patience, long hearing. So thank you to everybody.
Okay, have a good night.
I
Uh,
agree with
Mr.
Mr.
Wade,
Stenwood. Thank you
Mr.
very
Wade, I have a
much.
question, Mr. Wade.
Yes,
Number 31 Keem Street, I don't have a decision for that one.
moot complied.
Moot complied, I must have missed it. Thank you.
Okay, if the board could follow me into breakout session just for a short 3 minutes, please, that would be helpful.
Thank you for your time today, members of the board.
You're welcome, Mr. Fernandez.